Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. As Minister of Health and Social Services, I'm deeply concerned about the harm alcohol does in our territory. Alcohol misuse continues to have significant, even devastating effects on individuals, families, and communities, resulting in poor health, social problems, and economic costs. We know that alcohol impacts N.W.T residents disproportionately compared to other regions in Canada, and alcohol-related hospitalizations and deaths remain several times higher. In January, the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction released new guidelines with the message that all Canadians who drink any amount of alcohol should consider the harmful effects on their health. The guidelines elaborate on the risk of violence and injury, which increases with every drink beyond the low threshold of 2 standard drinks per week. Mr. Speaker, this is a considerable reduction from previous low-risk drinking guidelines. The new information is based on updated research about the links between alcohol and the risk of cancer and other chronic diseases, and the relationship between alcohol misuse and the risk of experiencing or perpetrating violence. In 2019, the Canadian Alcohol Policy Evaluation Report gave the Northwest Territories a failing grade on our alcohol policies and recommended the Territory develop an alcohol strategy. The purpose of the alcohol strategy for the Northwest Territories, which I will be tabling later today, is to reduce alcohol-related harm for the whole population of the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, this strategy was shaped by a thorough literature review and engagement activities undertaken using a gender-based analysis plus lens. Multiple rounds of feedback collected from community and Indigenous leaders and advisory bodies with cultural knowledge and lived experience helped us to validate the strategy. Addressing alcohol-related harms requires the collaboration of several departments and agencies, including Health and Social Services, Finance, Justice, Education, Culture and Employment, Infrastructure, the Northwest Territories Liquor and Cannabis Commission, and the 3 Health and Social Services authorities. Mr. Speaker, the actions align with many of the calls to action published by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and will help to address the recommendations emerging from the Office of the Auditor General Report on Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services. There are 15 actions in the strategy focusing on communications, policy development, prevention, public safety, and treatment. The strategy is accompanied by a work plan developed collaboratively with the involved departments. It provides steps and timelines for each action, as well as monitoring and evaluation to track outcomes. Mr. Speaker, work has already begun on several components of the strategy, and we look forward to working closely with communities to tailor these actions to their needs and priorities. We heard repeatedly that trying to get and stay sober was lonely. Many communities are alcoholic, meaning there are few social activities that do not involve alcohol. A direct lack of social support was a common reason that people experienced a relapse in their drinking. We also heard that connections to family, community, and culture were important factors in lasting recovery and wellness. The actions in the alcohol strategy aim to shift the focus around alcohol in our communities and build communities that support recovery over the long term. Mr. Speaker, We recognize that addressing alcohol misuse is a complex issue that requires a coordinated and collaborative approach. The Government of the Northwest Territories is committed to working with our partners, including Indigenous governments and organizations, communities, health organizations, and others, to reduce the harms associated with alcohol. The N.W.T alcohol strategy aims to engage everyone in the N.W.T in addressing alcohol-related harms. By reflecting on our own behavior, celebrating those who are in recovery, and providing support to one another to improve wellness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister, Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic challenged our entire society on a fundamental level, forcing us to grow and adapt in the face of unprecedented threats to the health and well-being of our loved ones and our communities. 3 years since the outbreak of the pandemic, it is still easy for many of us to recall the fear and the uncertainty of those early days as the world searched for answers in reports of the rapidly rising death tolls. Almost every Northerner has a story to tell how the pandemic touched their lives in some way. Some lost loved ones or were forced to miss out on major life events. Some saw their businesses suffer, while others had to rethink their livelihood altogether. All faced a sacrifice of some kind as we dealt with this deadly crisis together. After declaring a public health emergency in the Territory, the Government of the Northwest Territories continued to respond with urgency, launching what would become an intense whole-of-government effort to protect the residents of our Territory, especially those most vulnerable. We had to maintain our already limited health resources, redirecting and refocusing our services on the go, while avoiding the kind of systemic failures and social disruptions that were happening in other jurisdictions around the world. Through much hard work and sacrifice on the part of all Northerners, together we have largely succeeded in minimizing the worst impacts of the pandemic. Now, as a government, we need to take a moment to step back and learn from our actions over the last 3 years and take the lessons we have learned about our systems and processes and apply them to improve how we respond to a future public health emergency. Mr. Speaker, later today I'll table the COVID-19 Lessons Learned report. We are one of the first jurisdictions in Canada to initiate this kind of public review of our actions during the pandemic. We've heard from public servants most directly involved in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and from residents, Indigenous governments, and other Northern leaders about the Government of the Northwest Territories' operational management during the pandemic. We learned a lot from this exercise about the need to better coordinate emergency responses specific to the long-term public health emergency. The COVID-19 Lessons Learned report includes 23 recommendations to assist the GNWT to better coordinate measures, improve accountability, and better serve the public and support employees in responding effectively to an emergency. We've already begun implementing some of these recommendations. I want to thank all of those who participated in our surveys and our interviews. They described real challenges, but also showed how people made their best efforts to respond to rapidly changing and unprecedented circumstances. These are lessons that we'll carry with us into the future. I'd like to take a moment to thank all the people who worked tirelessly within the governments of the Northwest Territories and across the Northwest Territories, responding with all their heart to the call to protect and care for their fellow Northerners. I also want to acknowledge my fellow Northerners for demonstrating resilience and resourcefulness as we grappled with unfamiliar and often frustrating realities. We were greatly challenged, but we met that challenge with strength, unity, and compassion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is committed to creating a public service that ensures underrepresented groups are genuinely included, celebrated, and supported to meet their full potential. It is a public service that strives to be welcoming, culturally competent, and free of discrimination, one that serves in a way that respects and includes the diverse population of this territory. Today, I am pleased to announce that the Department of Finance is launching its Diversity and Inclusion Framework to help the N.W.T not only improve the diversity of the public service, but to work towards the full inclusion of all people. The objective is to create a public service that is representative of the communities we serve. Celebrating diversity and taking mindful actions towards inclusion within the N.W.T will encourage the creation of inclusive and welcoming spaces for those that we serve. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the N.W.T has implemented several diversity and inclusion initiatives in order to create safer spaces where all employees feel seen and valued. The N.W.T's anti-racism campaign offers anti-racism training and resources for employees to support the commitment to provide a diverse and inclusive workplace. The N.W.T Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion provides advice to the Deputy Minister's Human Resources Committee on improving access for designated employment equity groups in the public service. The Mitigating Unconscious Bias in the Workplace training offers N.W.T employees the opportunity to develop practical tips on how to limit the damaging power of stereotyping and build inclusion in the workplace. We offer all employees a range of training opportunities that will assist them in ensuring our workplace culture continues to celebrate inclusion and that we maintain a physically and emotionally safe workplace for all N.W.T employees. The 2S LGBTQIA+ 101, Inclusive Workplace Awareness Training, Living Well Together, Equitable Workplace, Cultivating Attitudes of Anti-Racism and Allyship for Employees and Managers, Harassment-Free Respectful Workplace Training for Managers and Supervisors, Duty to Accommodate Training for Managers and Supervisors, The Working Mind, and Mitigating Unconscious Bias in the Workplace are all just a sample of the training the N.W.T provides. Each of these programs provide tremendous benefit to our workforce and our territory. However, I fully acknowledge there is room for improvement to ensure that we are providing our employees with a variety of learning opportunities to help them embrace diversity and explore other avenues of inclusion. Mr. Speaker, this framework will take a whole-of-government approach to tackling barriers to our representative workforce and inclusion. It will serve as a blueprint as we set our sights on creating a public service that is welcoming and respectful to all its employees and the people it serves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, Minister statements, Member statements, Member statements, Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3.5 years, I have been listening to this government provide reasons as to why we are not willing to move towards an addiction treatment center specifically for the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, this and previous governments continually commit to doing better. Indigenous people are asking them to do better, yet we continue to receive independent audits that say better is not happening. The Auditor General of Canada, in its report on addictions prevention and recovery services in the Northwest Territories, stated the following: "We found concerning shortcomings in the provision of addiction services, from ensuring equitable access to services for all residents to ensuring that services are culturally safe for Indigenous clients and that aftercare services are sufficient to support clients' recovery goals." Mr. Speaker, it is important that we continue to strive for equitable access to culturally appropriate southern facilities, local outpatient services, on-the-land programs, and aftercare. We also need to understand that southern facilities provide mainstream colonial-type treatment, or that based on southern Indigenous culture. Does this work for Indigenous persons from the N.W.T? According to the Auditor General report, there is a lack of tracking on patient success, so we may never know. Mr. Speaker, while we are willing to send residents to southern Canada for alcohol and drug treatment, then why is it that we are not willing to entertain setting up a standalone inpatient alcohol and drug treatment center in the N.W.T? We often hear the department referencing the treatment center which was once located on the lands of the Acknowledgements First Nation and how it did not work. It is time to put that excuse to rest and move forward with an evaluation to determine the feasibility of having an inpatient treatment center in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government sends approximately 200 persons per year to southern treatment centers, which confirms the need for such a facility. It is important for those that wish to be closer to home and closer to family to have access to a culturally appropriate treatment facility. The reality is that though we have access to cultural expertise, we are missing the licensed health component which is required in the treatment process. Mr. Speaker, I'll be asking the Minister of Health to consider an N.W.T. culturally appropriate treatment centre be established. If not on the ground in the N.W.T., then in Edmonton or Calgary, where staff are willing to reside and recruitment may be easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about government decentralization. This is something that I have spoken about several times throughout this term, and something that nearly all members have spoken about at one point or another. Mr. Speaker, decentralization of government jobs and services is a priority of this Assembly. It's a concept and practice that is vital to strengthening small communities and regional centres. For far too long, the government of the Northwest Territories has normalized and made it standard policy across all departments to centralize all or most government jobs and services to the capital. This has severely limited what type of services are offered or available in communities. This practice removes the option for all people who reside outside the capital from accessing most services from their home communities or regions. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the decentralization of government jobs has required people, in most cases, to relocate to the capital to work in certain public service positions. And that's the point that was raised in the Affirmative Action Committee report that was read in the House just yesterday. As Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operations, I heard direct testimony from many residents across the N.W.T. who mentioned that decentralization of public service jobs is a barrier for them seeking employment in that sector. In closing, Mr. Speaker, all throughout this Assembly, I have heard dozens of stories from people across the N.W.T. who are forced to go to the capital, whether for medical travel purposes or even to relocate in order to take a new job. In this day and age, people should not have to do that all the time because, let's be honest here, it is cumbersome, it is stressful, and inconvenient for residents to have to travel to the capital for every little thing, or for jobs that can be located in their communities and regional centres. I could go on about this, Mr. Speaker, but I will leave it at that. I will have questions for the Premier later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I've raised this government's faulty project assessment policy many times as an MLA, and here I go again. Cabinet approved the project assessment policy on April 13th, 2017. The project assessment policy requires, quote, any technical advice and evidence provided to boards by the respective staff is in line with legislation, cabinet direction, and ministerial policies established under this policy, end of quote. This policy reads like a way of muzzling our scientists and preventing presentation of evidence that may not be consistent with Cabinet's way of thinking. My concerns were borne out by the Review Board in its March 29, 2018 report on the Tlicho All-Season Road. The Board found that the so-called whole-of-government approach, quote, has limited the ability of evidence and expertise from N.W.T. departments about potential impacts, concerns, and mitigation on issues within their respective mandates and jurisdictions, end of quote. As a result of this harsh criticism of N.W.T., the Department of Lands commissioned a lessons learned report on the Tlicho All-Season Road environmental assessment. That report concluded that, quote, a whole-of-government approach is not necessarily best suited to all projects where the N.W.T. is the proponent and should not be the default approach for future projects where the N.W.T. is a proponent, end of quote. It also said, quote, a whole-of-government approach, particularly in the context of a public review process, cannot be successful without an explicit commitment to greater transparency and evidence-based decision-making. End of quote. The formal response from the Department of Lands committed to reviewing the project assessment policy by the end of the 19th Assembly. I'm still waiting, Mr. Speaker, and there's not much time left. This work is increasingly important as N.W.T is likely to become a proponent for large infrastructure projects that will require very careful scrutiny. I asked written questions on this topic in March 2022, almost a year ago. I was told there would be no public engagement or work with Indigenous governments in revising the policy. That's a big disappointment. I'll have questions for the Minister of Lands on whether this work is really going to get done by the end of the 19th Assembly. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my member statement's on income assistance clawbacks. Today, I rise and bring attention to the clawbacks on income assistance in my riding. Over the last weeks, I have received concerns that income assistance recipients that are penalized because of the federal benefits I received during the COVID pandemic. These benefits included the Canada Recovery Caregiver Benefit, CRBC, Canada Recovery Benefit. Mr. Speaker, many N.W.T residents are in need of these benefits, and now they're being clawed back. They're being penalized. They claim these benefits. Most of the residents had to call an automated number to punch in their information. Then the federal government gave direct deposit right into the people's account. But the automatic deposit did not often give a printout to the benefits. Recipients had nothing to give for income assistance officer, so now the people are getting their T4s, and the N.W.T is penalizing people and cutting them off for 60 days at a time. I have a mother of 4 in Tuck being cut off for 2 months that has no job, and that's unacceptable. Can't imagine the hardship that we're dependent on income assistance, that we give payments for take away payments for 2 months, that the N.W.T is pushing people into poverty. It's unacceptable. There are families having trouble putting food on the table, having to ask their siblings for help. They're falling behind on their rent. They're being forced out to live in daily essential items like toilet paper, other care products, diapers for kids. It's a shameful situation. Our residents shouldn't have to make these kinds of choices. The federal government says that they're not responsible for what the N.W.T does. The N.W.T says that the people should have declared that is their income sooner. But like I said earlier, many recipients never got a printout of the benefit. I hope the minister hears me when I say he should not penalize people today for administrative problems from 2 years ago. The minister might say EC&E is following regulations but has a cruel effect on most vulnerable people. We're talking about our elders, disabled people, low income people, illiterate people, people who don't understand why the federal benefits for 2 years ago are being applied against their income assistance. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the minister to look into this issue for a positive solutions. This case is a bad benefits administration should not punish residents in my riding and across the people across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe I brought up health centre concerns related to ailments of residents that were not diagnosed at the initial visit, but rather looked at and sent home with a Tylenol. Mind you, these were all serious concerns having to do with ailments that weren't diagnosed in time, which most times were serious in nature. Serious enough that patients had to be medevaced out to Yellowknife or Edmonton. Mr. Speaker, recently a young resident went to the health centre for an ailment believed to be gallstone inflammation. I believe the nurse concurred with the ailment and gave medication and sent the patient home. 6 days later, and in pain, it was decided to medevac the patient out to Stanton Hospital. The doctor at Stanton informed the patient his gallstones were too inflamed to consider surgery and was given more medication for the pain and was told of the possibility of being sent home while waiting for the inflammation to subside. The patient notified me of the situation and was very puzzled by what was transpired and all the while in pain. This added more stress on the patient. When I followed up with the patient of his situation in which the hospital was releasing him to be sent home, the patient stated the operation did take place and was now mending. That was a quick turnaround and has me puzzled as well. I've brought forward many times the need to do evaluations of health centers, which would include evaluations of staff, evaluations of diagnostics and medications administered, availability of programs and services for residents dealing with chronic diseases, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Health Minister at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
I knew it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, between 2003 and 2021, the senior population in the Northwest Territories rose from 2,787 to 6,920. Although we should continue to focus on attracting people of all ages to the Northwest Territories to live and work, we must also focus on supporting our seniors and their ability to age in their home communities within the Northwest Territories. We have many benefits for seniors, including resources to help access medical care and medication, which makes the Northwest Territories an attractive place to live, work, and retire for seniors. However, Mr. Speaker, I worry that the government is not reacting fast enough to our growing rate of seniors. One area we need to continue to support is housing for seniors. I look at the Avens Pavilion as a piece of infrastructure which will help support a key demographic that brings so much to our community. The goals of the expansion of Avens include providing Northwest Territories seniors with increased residential living choices, including 92 one-bedroom units and 10 two-bedroom units, adequate, accessible, and affordable housing, energy-efficient homes, a sense of community within a multi-family complex, and support seniors so they can move seamlessly through the continuum of care without leaving the Avens community. This critical piece of infrastructure must be complemented with aging-in-place services, resources for seniors, and a strategy from the government to systematically ensure our seniors have what they need so they can continue to play the vital role they do in Northwest Territories society. More work is needed at the NWT's, as the NWT's population continues to age. We must ensure services and programs are in place that encourage our most precious resource, our seniors and elders, to stay in the North. I want to thank Great Slave constituent Daryl Delaney and the staff at Avens for advancing their pavilion project and the myriad of community members who worked tirelessly and raised efforts, and I've lost my statement, I touched something, who have raised funds to support them. I would also like to thank the YK Senior Society for the important work they do, the programs they run, the information they provide, and the overall support they give to this important group. And I want to congratulate their recently elected board, and I look forward to collaborating with them in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much is the Tulston project going to cost? Where is it going to go? Who are we selling the power for? Mr. Speaker, people in this House have been asking those questions for 2 decades. In 2004, Joe Hanley said that a line to the diamond mines was expensive. It was going to cost us $170 million, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, if we could get a line to the diamond mines from Tulston for $170 million, I'd build it tomorrow. However, Mr. Speaker, what happened in 2014 is after spending $18 million in studying, we found out the diamond mines didn't want to buy our power, Mr. Speaker, and they were not willing to enter into a long-term purchasing agreement. So we scrapped that iteration of the project, And then we looked to see if the southern provinces would buy our power, Mr. Speaker. And the minister announced in this House, well, they weren't really interested because they had some hydro projects on their own. And so, Mr. Speaker, for 2 decades, we have been asking for a public business case on the Tulston Hydro Project, a clear, evidence-based business case to see whether our power corporation can actually make a profit off of this project, Mr. Speaker, because if they don't, all of our rates are going up, Mr. Speaker. We need a clear, evidence-based decision-making project that tells us how much power are we trying to sell? Who are we selling it to, Mr. Speaker? It's not the diamond mines and it's not the provinces. I don't know who it is, Mr. Speaker. And at what rate are we selling it? Mr. Speaker, the reality is our current power rates are more expensive than it is to burn diesel, and mines have to make a decision. Is it really worth their shareholder investment to get into Tulston Power? And is there even a route to where they are going? Because we have, for 20 years, been trying to figure out where exactly this transmission line is going. Is it going north, south, east, or west? I don't know, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Minister of Infrastructure does before she goes and asks for any more money from this federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunaday-Welleday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the headwaters is the lifeblood of our homeland in the Mackenzie River Basin. Throughout the years, we have been forced to adjust to a confluence of industrial threats upstream from us. A toxic cocktail of deadly contaminants flowing past our camps, communities, and impacting our waters. Cocktails impacting our waters, lands, and animals, and the people. The health of the water and the land is connected to the well-being of our people. We face an increase of health problems from a rare disease and a climb in cancer rates throughout the north, but in particular around the Big Lake in the riding of the Tunaday-Welleday riding. People are dying. We need answers to understand why this is happening. Mr. Speaker, 45 years ago, the entire globe was transfixed on us here in the north. That's when the Cold War era nuclear power Soviet spy satellite fell out of orbit and crashed in the Northwest Territories. The story of the Cosmo 954 was something out of a science fiction story that fascinated the world by terrorizing our people. Cosmo 954 was a Soviet spy satellite designed to look for U.S. nuclear power submarines in the ocean. The radar on board was the most powerful in the late 1970s. The powerful radar required a nuclear reactor for the satellite. The reactor contained over 100 pounds or 50 kilos of uranium-235. Scientists at the time estimated that its reactor contained the powerful about 100,000 tons of TNT to fix into context. That's 5 times the force of the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. On January 24, 1978, Cosmo 954 and its nuclear reactor crashed over the frozen Great Slave Lake. The crash scattered an enormous amount of radioactive debris over 124,000 square kilometers. Some large pieces, but most peppercorn-sized bits of radioactive black soot that rained down. Over the frozen land and lake, our recovered pieces emitted a radiation level of 500 radians per hour, enough to kill a person in a few hours. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my member statement.
Member for Tunaday-Welleday. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. For the first time in the North, a massive international military joint task force of the United States and USA joined up. It's what they call a cleanup and recovery. The extensive multi-year mission was called Operation Morning Light. After the crash, phase 1 of the operation was able to recover 12 large pieces, 10 of them which is radioactive. As the operation continued, international attention was warned and was eventually nearly forgotten. The cleanup effort is estimated to only have recovered 0.01% of radioactive uranium core. The rest melted in the water lands when spring eventually turned into summer. The half of the enriched uranium-235 is 700 million years. Mr. Speaker, the crash left its mark, and there is a strong concern that the source of the drastic spike in cancer around the lake in the early 1980s that continues to this day. 45 years later, after the crash, there are still only questions. Over the decades, there is growing urgency for answers for the people and communities in my riding. We need answers. We want them. Nearly 2 years before the crash caused by 954, the country was focused on the north and typical work on the Berger inquiry. It was the first time a government-funded commission operated in that way, listening to intently and truly the N.W.T and Inuit people of the north. The report found a northern frontier, northern homeland changed the course of history. This is the type of work that needed to be done once again for the health of our lands and water, for the health of our communities and people. We need answers. We need government and the country to listen. We need them to care. Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm calling for a public inquiry into the crash of Causeway 954, but only to address the confluence of industrial threats flowing past us every day. There's a real concern about lasting health effects from the crash, which may be the reasons for increased rates of cancer or other illness. The people of Fort Resolution, N.W.T, and Dilo have been left to deal with the consequences of this incident for far too long, without receiving any compensation, public apology, or support they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I'll have questions for the Premier at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Colleagues, let's be mindful of the time. To conclude your statement is to conclude, not to do another, but I'm in a good mood today, so we'll let it slide. Member statements, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're in year 2 of the UN's Decade of Indigenous Languages. Here in the Northwest Territories, we have 11 official languages, 9 of which are Indigenous languages. Half of our 6,800 Indigenous language speakers are over 50 years old, and 1/5 are over the age of 65. Mr. Speaker, the UN considers all 9 of our official languages endangered. During the Standing Committee's engagement on official languages, committee heard that young people are losing their traditional language, and language teachers shared concerns over students being able to maintain language learned when language is not visible or actively used around communities. The N.W.T, Mr. Speaker, can play a significant role in building language speakers and a system for residents to access services in an Indigenous language by creating a meaningful system of public servants able to provide services in any official language across the Northwest Territories. But, Mr. Speaker, why is building a territory-wide system important to equitable access to service and language revitalization? Mr. Speaker, 1 out of 10 Clecho speakers are not Clecho beneficiaries in the Northwest Territories right now. More than half of all Chippewan speakers are not Clecho Territory government beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, a significant amount of Gwich'in speakers are not Gwich'in Tribal Council beneficiaries in the Northwest Territories right now. But all of these language speakers have rights in the Northwest Territories regardless of their membership to a beneficiary. Mr. Speaker, so why is understanding the demographics of language speakers across the territory important? Well, Mr. Speaker, the highest number of all Chippewan speakers in the Northwest Territories live here in Yellowknife and Dilo. More Cree speakers live outside of the Fort Smith area than in it. Most of them live in a combination of Hay River, Fort Simpson, and Yellowknife. And the third highest number of all N.W.T Gwich'in speakers live in Yellowknife and Dilo area, and N.W.T Gwich'in speakers who live in each of the non-GTC settlement area communities of Fort Smith and Hay River than in Aklavik alone. And more than 1/4 of all N.W.T Gwich'in speakers live in non-GTC settlement area communities. So, Mr. Speaker, it's really important that we understand that regardless of where language speakers live, that revitalizing language and caring for language speakers is a N.W.T-wide issue. Mr. Speaker, language revitalization is possible, but it will take targeted, meaningful funded solutions that consider our territory as a whole, and the members of the public service itself, supported by its employer, have the opportunity to play a significant role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements, member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize a new agreement that gives Nahanni Butte more control of Nahanni National Park Reserve. It's been a work in progress with the Government of Canada. This agreement will boost the community economy by creating 10 new jobs.
Besides the new jobs, the community will see 3 new buildings being built. The 3 buildings are Parks Canada office, a garden program office, and a lodge for elders and tourists. And speaking with Jane Conoscenta, a long-term councillor, she was very happy to see the commitment made by Parks Canada fulfilling a request by the elders. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that she spoke to a lot of the elders throughout the years. Unfortunately, some have passed away, and some felt things were not going the way they wanted. She told them it's not going to happen overnight. It's not an overnight process. It's going to take years. She advocated for these facilities when she was younger, and now she's becoming an elder, and she's still at the table. But the difference is that we have come to a good place. Mr. Speaker, when speaking to Chief Stephen Vitale, he stressed this agreement is for our past elders, it's what they wanted, and it's for our future generation. Mr. Speaker, could you imagine 10 new jobs coming to any community, let alone a community the size of Nahanni Butte? These jobs are going to have a huge impact on the residents and the community. We will see young people wanting to stay in their home community now. This agreement is a new and an innovative model for cooperative management. In practice, that means reshaping the existing co-management where Nahanni Butte has the largest role in the Nahanni Butte National Park Reserve. The beautiful thing about this agreement, the band will now have the resources to bring their traditional knowledge and to collect scientific knowledge to bring it to the table on their own terms. It was a true partnership with Parks Canada. Mr. Speaker, part of the agreement is funding for a new on-the-land guardianship program which will operate within the Parks Reserve. More on-the-land programming will be open to the local youth and elders. Mr. Speaker, the National Park Reserve is a giant park, the 3rd largest in Canada, spanning everything from canyons and mountains to waterfalls. Virginia Falls and the Circle of the Unclimbables are among its treasures. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the community, Chief and Council, and Parks Canada for this signing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahendeh. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Haver North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With us today we have Mr. Matthew Miller, the President of the N.W.T Teachers Association, and Mr. David Murphy, the Executive Director of the N.W.T Teachers Association. They're joining us today for the first reading of the Education Act bill that I'll be moving forward later. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to recognize my mother, Betty Lyons, in the gallery, as well as my spouse, Chantel Lafferty. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Haver North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Inuvik Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize 2 pages from Inuvik Lake, Kaylee Rubin, as well as Angelina Wainman. And I'd also like to recognize Mr. Matt Miller, who used to be a teacher at the East 3 in Inuvik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier in this session, I rose to acknowledge my page, and I realized I did not use their preferred names. So I would like to recognize my page, Andy Sieben, who is here from Great Slave, and all the pages that have done a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to have a page from Yellowknife South here again. Kaylee Ibukish is with us. If we could recognize her today, please.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Haver North. South. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't recognize my wife who's in the gallery, but I will recognize the Minister of Education's mother. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we have missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to the chamber, and I hope you're enjoying the proceedings. It's always nice to have people in the gallery. Masi. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I brought up the recovery of households getting income assistance frozen across the north, and especially my riding, people who need it most. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me how many residents are having income assistance file reviewed and files frozen? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have those numbers on hand, but I can say that what the member is speaking about is a few years ago, the Government of Canada introduced a number of different benefits for Canadians to help them get through the worst days of the pandemic. We, as a department, exempted CERB payments, so those were not counted against income assistance applications. However, the later benefits were not exempted, and so clients who received those benefits, all they needed to do was declare that they received those. So even just verbally telling the client service officer that they received them, so that we could count that, because that's all income needs to be declared to receive income assistance. So what's happening now is that we're discovering clients who did not declare that income, and we're following the regulations, and unfortunately there are some individuals who are being cut off. Not all individuals. I've given direction to take a compassionate approach to this while still making sure that we comply with our own laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, would the minister consider putting the Canada Recovery Caregiver Benefit, which was more important than CERB as far as I'm concerned, because people needed it the most? Would the minister consider stopping penalizing people who needed the help the most at that time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, we did exempt CERB, but we did not exempt the subsequent support programs, but we did inform all applicants that if they received those programs, they needed to declare it. So at this point, I can't go back and exempt some individuals and not others, because others did declare it and they didn't receive this benefit, and so it wouldn't be fair in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, I think this minister has the authority to do that. Like I said, CERB payment was given by the government so easily at that time, making themselves look good. Now they're doing clawbacks. We're doing the federal government's dirty work by taking CERB payments, Canada Recovery, taking it all back. People with nothing, that have nothing in their fridges, elders got no food. What's happening? This government, no empathy on this side. This government has to take a step. Our Premier said take a step back. Let's help the people. Let the minister make the right decision, Mr. Speaker, and get this put on that list. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree, it's a terrible situation. There are some individuals who are suffering, and if you're on income assistance, you're not making a bunch of money to begin with, and so I get the concerns. And we took a more compassionate approach than other jurisdictions by exempting certain amounts, but at this point, I can't commit to exempting these amounts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Premier said it best before. Lessons learned. Take a step back. All this money that was given by the federal government, we should take a more lenient approach and put it all under, from your T4, for your CERB payment, for your Canada revenue payment plan, should be all exempt from people. Our government, there's no jobs. There's nothing going on in the Beaufort Delta and in my riding. There's no jobs to be had. They have no choice but to go get income support. This minister has the authority, our Premier has the authority to take this off, Mr. Speaker. Do we have to make a motion in the House? Mr. Speaker, this government could do that. All it takes is a minister's directive to make it happen. This government should show empathy on the people that we work for across this territory, and I guess, not have it as good as down here in Yellowknife or in the south. People are suffering. You know it too, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, member from the N.W.T. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we did learn lessons from COVID. That's why this budget includes the biggest overhaul to the income assistance program in a generation, with millions of dollars more budgeted that will go directly to clients. The situations the member's talking about, though, in the future, we're still going to see those situations, because at the end of the day, the program requires people to declare their income. And if they don't declare their income, there's consequences. However, we are looking at even that aspect. There needs to be some rules, but we're definitely taking a more compassionate and lenient approach going forward. We want to avoid these types of situations. We want to help people budget. We want to help them so that they don't run into these situations. But unfortunately, this is the situation we're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North. Oh. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question's for the Minister of Lands. I think he's got 3 days left. The review of the project assessment policy. The Minister committed to have the review completed in December 2022 in response to my written questions in March of last year. Can the Minister tell us the status of that review and whether the work to revise this antiquated and regressive policy will be done by the end of the 19th Assembly? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Lands has engaged with other departments and has completed an initial review of the project assessment policy. With the announcement of the merger of Lands and ENR, further work of the policy will continue under the Department of Environment and Climate Change, and I expect to share some of the information on the project assessment policy with the committee in upcoming months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. The clock is running out. In response to the written questions I submitted in March 2022, the Minister said that there would not be any public engagement or work with Indigenous governments on the review of the project assessment policy. We have these public engagements on such mundane matters as renaming the old Stanton Hospital and a product survey for liquor and cannabis, but we're not going to ask the public about how N.W.T should be involved in environmental assessment of major projects. Can the Minister explain why the Department does not want to seek public input into revising the project assessment policy? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project assessment policy is an internal policy that defines how the N.W.T works internally amongst departments for project assessments. So at such time, we will not be planning to have public engagement on this policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Although it may be an internal policy, it's of public interest. That's why I keep raising it in the House. A key feature of the devolution agreement was the establishment of an intergovernmental council to allow the public and Indigenous governments to cooperate and collaborate on matters related to lands and resources management. The goal of the Intergovernmental Council is to work together to explore ways to coordinate the respective land and resource management practices, share capacity, and avoid duplication. Mr. Speaker, those two sentences are directly from the IGC website. So can the Minister explain why his department does not intend to work with the Intergovernmental Council in reviewing the project assessment policy? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the policy is not solely focused on land and resource management issues, as defined in the intergovernmental agreement, as the member talked about. As I stated earlier, the policy defines how the N.W.T works internally among departments for project assessments. As such, there is no requirements or plans to work with IGC on this policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final short supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'll try my best here. You know, the Minister talks about this not being part of the work that the Intergovernmental Council does, but I think he probably needs to check with them. But you know, this project assessment policy is is not about an evidence-based evidence-based process. It's about preventing presentation of evidence and expert opinion that is not consistent with Cabinet's views. So can the Minister tell us whether this government is really committed to evidence-based decisions and how that will be implemented in the context of N.W.T-sponsored projects and related decision-making? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to evidence-based decisions, and as I've said previously, the project assessment policy will continue to support the representation of GWT's evidence and of experts' opinions. Currently, the Department of Lands, and on April 1st, the Department of Environment and Climate Change is working to define how the GNWT can better or be more transparent in environmental assessments, including decision-making of the GNWT project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my member's statement, I spoke about the importance of decentralization of government jobs and services. Can the Premier confirm if it's a priority of the Executive and of Cabinet to promote and support the decentralization of public service jobs away from the capital? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the priorities that were developed by the Legislative Assembly, there wasn't a decentralization. There was a priority around regional decision-making. However, and we're working towards that. However, in saying that, Mr. Speaker, decentralization has been a priority of previous governments, and it's a priority of our government. It always should be a priority. Many of the members from the Cabinet are outside of Yellowknife. They're constantly reminding us all the time that, and I recognize that myself, that we need jobs in every single community, and we're doing the best we can to make sure that that happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Premier provide some concrete examples on what efforts the Executive has done throughout the 19th Assembly to support the decentralization of public service jobs away from the capital? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a couple of things, examples that have actually carried on into this Assembly that have been from previous Assemblies, though, such as the priority hires. It's still a priority. Every position that comes across the Cabinet table is always scrutinized. Are they priority hire? If not, why not? So that's one example. The other is, and again from previous governments, that we've continued secondments so that both ways, so that if, for example, Indigenous governments need a worker in their community, we will second from the N.W.T and vice versa. That helps in actually building the skills that I think people need. One of the best ones that I do have to give credit for from Minister Wozniak from Finance is the remote work policy that was just brought in after COVID. I mean, we realized that we could use the internet more. So the remote work policy, if my recollection is correct, is that you can, if you have a job that's offered in the headquarters in Yellowknife, you can talk to your supervisor, and if you can do it remotely, you can do that in a community. It only goes one way. That cannot happen for jobs in communities that person can come to Yellowknife. So that's a great example of work that we're done in this government to make sure that we have jobs in communities and decentralized positions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Premier tell us if she believes her government has been successful with decentralizing jobs and services into the communities and regional centres? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I'd like to say yes, but the reality is that it's work that's always going to have to happen. Like I said, it's a concern for all of us, and it should be a concern. We need to make sure that all communities actually have the economic opportunities, including jobs, which is economic opportunities, to be able to support their residents. Like I said before, Mr. Speaker, I think that the biggest achievement to this government has been the remote work policy. I think it's a little bit too early to actually give stats on that, though, because it's only been a few months. So, but I am looking forward to actually seeing the stats on that and actually seeing if it works. And it'll take a little bit of time, things take time in government to change the culture, but I'm a big advocate of it. I do thank the minister for actually bringing that forward, and I am thinking that hopefully within a year or two you'll see huge results because of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Final supplementary, member for Thabatcha.
Mr. Speaker, could the Premier tell us if she considers the centralization of government services and jobs as a problem, and does she consider it as a threat to small communities or regional centres? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabatcha. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, again, I think that it's always a concern when the majority of problems are in one community, and we have many communities that we have to take care of. I know that we do try to make sure that we have regional positions for all departments within the communities, but I do think that there's more work to be done. And I don't think it's only this government. I think that it's going to have to be work done for many governments to come. We need to look at the jobs, we need to look at the departments, we need to look at positions. So it's ongoing work. Our commitment as Cabinet has been to try to get as many jobs in the communities as possible, and I'm hoping that the next Assembly will continue that work and try to get as many jobs into the communities as appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Tunide-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your latitude in extending me some time to conclude my member statement. And thank you to all my colleagues and as well. Mr. Speaker, whenever I go back into my writing in Tutsuke for resolution, they keep talking about Cosmo 954 and the impacts and the cumulative impacts as well. And that happened in 1978. And I know bringing this up now, but I didn't get enough time to the Premier, and I do apologize about that as well. But I just want to see if there's a way we could work with this government and Government Canada to start bringing this issue out and really take a look as to how we all could work together and call for a public inquiry. My question to the Premier. Merci.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welde. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to figure out the question in that. I think there might have been a couple in that one. I do thank the member. I do kind of wish he would have given me a heads up because I was trying to rush and read what the Cosmo 954 was. It was in 1970-something? 78. I was 18 years old. I wasn't looking at what the sky was doing in honesty. But I do think that I would more than willing to actually sit down with the member and actually find out more about this because I'm not sure if it's a public inquiry, what work has been done, what it's out there. So more than willing to sit down with the member and get more educated on this Cosmo 954 and the results after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Tunde-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I go back into the communities, again, we get a lot of community members and elders talk about that there's still probably a large uranium that's probably in the water, and they're concerned about that. That's also on the land, so that impacts the fish and aquatic life and birds and everything else. So I look forward to work with the Premier on this, but this is going back to 1978. Giant mine, you know, it happened in 1946, 56 years later. It closed, and we had a public inquiry, which essentially is an environmental assessment hearing. And I was the chairman. I chaired that. And to clean up that mine now, we're looking at about $1.4 billion. So I'm just saying on Cosmo 954, there's got to be a way to work with Government Canada and ask for a public inquiry. So yes, I look forward to working with the Premier, but at the same time, we need your help to bring this out in the open because this is significant. We had trappers that go out into the land and they make tea in the wintertime. They have snow. They make tea and then they drink the water that came from the snow. A year later, they died. So I'm asking you for your help to bring this out and to work with the Government of Canada to ask for a public inquiry on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welde. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a good example. Like I said, I'm just learning about it, but it's an example of many things that have happened in the Northwest Territories. There's been Either there's been mines, like you used the example, giant mine, there's been uranium mines in the Northwest Territories. One of the mines my father worked at and died of cancer, but he was also a smoker, so I can't trace if that was smoking or if it was working in a uranium mine. But many people in the Northwest Territories have examples of cancer that have impacted us because of we're not sure what. So and that's why we're so tough on the way we monitor our land and water, and why we work with Indigenous governments to make sure that it's clear. But what I can't commit to a public inquiry yet, because I need to find out what happened after this. Once I find out what happened, I'll get back to the member and look at how we can move this forward and to see what responsibilities we can talk to Canada about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions, member for Toonaday-Willoughday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for your response. Normally, if we have a public inquiry, then through that process, we also could look at, compensation and also a public apology. So that's kind of what I'm hearing from the community, from the Chief and Council in Tootsake, and they brought that to my attention. So in our dialogue, I guess, as we bring this out and look at it and how we're going to approach it, that's also something that the people are looking for. So just so the Premier knows about that, so maybe if she could maybe just add a comment to that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Toonday-Willoughday. Taken as a comment, member for Madam Premier.
Is it sure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak for the federal government, but I do believe in my heart that the federal government is talking about reconciliation and trying to figure out what that looks like. So again, I'll look into what's happened with this, but I can't commit that the federal government will do a public apology. I'm just hopeful, I know they're listening, that actually they will consider that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Standing Committee on Government Operations put forward its report on official languages. One key recommendation from that report is to transform the N.W.T as an employer into a creator of Indigenous languages speakers. This would be a game changer. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T seems to have already started moving in this direction. The Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Action Plan includes a goal to develop an Indigenous language professional development program. So can the Minister provide a status update on this program, including targets for how many employees will receive training and when the training will become available? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it so happens as that report was being read in yesterday, I asked for a status report on Action 2.2. I can say that the Department of Finance and EC&E are working together with the Interdepartmental Indigenous Languages Committee. We are on track to have that delivered, to have the program ready for delivery third quarter of 23-24. So basically that would be this fall. I don't know obviously yet how many residents or how many employees would be participating in that, but would certainly be looking forward to promoting that to the public service in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, this is a good start, but to reverse the decline of Indigenous language communities, the N.W.T needs to do so much more. One key area for improvement is around the bilingual designation policy. The Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Action Plan talks about celebrating and recognizing employees speaking an Indigenous language, but there's no reference to modernizing the bilingual designation policy, including to ensure that employees who speak or are learning their language are properly remunerated. So will the Minister make a commitment to revise and modernize the bilingual designation policy so that it better supports language revitalization as well? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to say is I'm going to make a commitment to looking at the impact of the policy. I don't know exactly yet what the parameters of a full review would be or where it might fit, but I certainly agree that if a public servant speaks one of our official languages, they should be receiving some sort of recognition for that. And if right now we're not achieving that through the way that the policy is being applied, then from what I understand of the policy and its overall intent, then I certainly do think that we can look at better achieving that so that everyone that speaks in official languages are being recognized and that employees are encouraged to improve their skill set to be able to be recognized as speaking an official language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just so that I'm clear too, and I think that sometimes different words mean different things to different people, and one of my concerns there is that the word recognition could be, we recognize and appreciate that you speak your language, and one of the things I want to make sure is that the language spoken is valued by the N.W.T in the form of remuneration. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to state that there. But will the minister also consider committee's recommendation to create a new category of bonuses for Indigenous employees who are learning to speak their language? So they might not be considered completely proficient right away, but they might, because in order to be considered proficient, you need to be able to speak the language as well as write in the language. And there might be tiers or levels of where people fall as they're relearning their language and reclaiming their language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not in disagreement, and I don't think the department's in disagreement. I just want to figure out how to roll that out. As I said, I was listening, and the department was listening, and I was in conversation with them as we were listening virtually. So right now, it's a $1,200 bilingual bonus paid to employees who have Indigenous language skills. But it's ineligible employees, so someone who's in a position or a role where they can see some sort of benefit of speaking that official language. Mr. Speaker, there's always a benefit in speaking that official language, and that's, I think, the point that we want to convey. That's the place we want to get to, is that when the policy is applied, that bonus can be applied to anyone that's speaking a language. And then where, in terms of the language learning state that an individual might be at, when they should get some sort of recognition financially or otherwise, I certainly would like to take that away and look at it. I think we can do better to encourage employees to go out to get training, to participate in EC&E's programs, to participate in mentorship, and ultimately to participate in the programs that we're looking to develop here so they can start to speak their own languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final short supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be very, very short. Does the N.W.T plan to identify positions that can and should be staffed by Indigenous language speakers? Right now, there are some French-specific positions within the N.W.T. There might also be a small number of Indigenous language-specific positions, but there's not a large number of them, and I'd like to know if the N.W.T plans to be a lot more proactive in identifying positions where they'd like to see Indigenous language speakers and grow them in those positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know that that's a specific action item right now under the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework, but it is certainly in keeping with the spirit of that framework. So certainly, as I've said, we do right now track through EC&E's official languages guideline a list of communities that have different needs for languages, but our understanding of the role of language and the place of language as part of delivering public service, I think, is only ever improving. We can certainly continue to do a better job of that and to expand that list. So I'll certainly take the committee's recommendations away and members' questions away, and hopefully have a more robust place to go with this in the life of the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these questions are for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, every day when I'm back in Hay River in my home office, the issues that I deal with are many are related to addictions. It's quickly destroying individuals, families, and it's only getting worse, and we're seeing more people dying. So, Mr. Speaker, the 2022 Auditor General's report states the importance of equal access to addiction and aftercare treatment. Can the Minister of Health confirm what initiatives and progress has been made in this area when it comes to residents of the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the questions. So in the work plan attached to the response to the Auditor General's report that was tabled in May of last year, We made a commitment to engage with Indigenous governments and communities to inform approaches, first of all, to define what is equitable and what do people want in more detail. So I've met with the N.W.T. Council of Leaders to begin that discussion, and in the next year, according to the work plan, we will be establishing a territorial addictions working group with key stakeholders and to develop a work plan to implement activities that will reduce barriers and improve service delivery. So that is not a commitment to building a treatment center. A treatment center, I want to strongly urge everyone who's listening, should be a priority in the next assembly, or at least, if not one treatment center, which we have had trouble sustaining historically, then multiple regional approaches to treatment so that people can achieve treatment closer to home, which is something we hear consistently that they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, before we continue, I'd like to recognize Chief Danny Cadet from Delaney, also former Chief Leonard Kennedy also from Delaney, and also Joseph Cashon, President from Colville Lake. Welcome to the Chamber. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an important component is Northern culture. Is the Northern culture treatment component for Indigenous persons is vital to success, and that cultural component must be based on the person's traditional culture and not that of another Indigenous person's culture. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister confirm what Southern treatment facilities under contract with the Department provide the cultural component that best reflects Indigenous people's Northern culture? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take the liberty of recognizing my constituent, Stephanie Erlbacher Fox, who is in the gallery today with the Indigenous leaders. Mr. Speaker, we do not have a treatment facility that is based in Indigenous culture. We do have treatment centres that provide Indigenous content in their treatment. All of our centres are AA 12-step based facilities, which would be very familiar to people in the north. I think the member is aware that Poundmakers withdrew from providing treatment last fall, and that we have been on a journey to find a new treatment centre. We didn't receive any successful proposals in our last round, but that doesn't mean we've given up on it, and I hope to be able to report progress on this in our next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 21 of the TRC call to action states, we call upon the federal government to provide sustainable funding for existing new Aboriginal healing centres to address the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual harms caused by residential schools, and to ensure that the funding of healing centres in Nunavut and the Northwest Territories is a priority. Mr. Speaker, has the Minister's Department begun the process towards meeting the objectives of this clause, more specifically establishing a healing centre or treatment centre in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my view that this recommendation to the federal government by the TRC should be pursued by the Indigenous governments. That's what's happening in Nunavut, and I would encourage the same thing to happen here. Instead of having us interpret what the Indigenous government organizations want for treatment from this TRC recommendation, I think it would be more effective if they took the lead and we worked with them. That's something we have talked about at the N.W.T. Council of Leaders, and I look forward to progress on that in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North, we have access to those persons that can bring cultural suitability to treatment programs. What we are missing is a certified or licensed health component due to recruitment issues. Mr. Speaker, is the minister willing to consider establishing a treatment centre, whether in the N.W.T. or in the South, that provides clients with treatment that reflects northern appropriate culture and addition to services provided by licensed health workers? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that the member would like me to say yes, and he wants me to leave the past behind. But I think that when we're looking at spending tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money, I think it's really important that we take away the issues from the previous treatment centres. Most importantly, that they were never more they were never filled to capacity, that there were issues that related to staffing, that related to the programming, that kept people away. So the idea of committing tens of millions of dollars to do the same thing again simply doesn't make sense to me. What we've heard consistently from Indigenous governments is they want a regional approach so that people in the Gwich'in settlement area can deal with a Gwich'in healing camp, likewise the Clecho and so on. So I think that one treatment centre for the whole of the N.W.T. is not something which I'm confident will work, but I think there are other approaches that will, and I look forward to working on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are related to my member's statement regarding diagnosis at small community health centres. I note the vision of the Health Department is for best health, best care, for a better future. One of the values is caring, which states we treat everyone with compassion, respect, fairness, and dignity. Another value is accountability, which states system outcomes are measured, assessed, and publicly reported on. Mr. Speaker, I have repeatedly been asking the Health Department if they would consider conducting professional evaluations on the delivery of health care, especially in all the small centres, to no avail. I asked the Minister of Health and Social Services if she will give direction to the department to begin to develop a system to conduct professional evaluations of all small health centres, and that these be conducted on a yearly basis. Merci.
Thank you, member for Decho. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we have to take a step back from this question and the efforts that this member has made, and which I appreciate him making, to try and improve the quality of health care in small communities like his. What I see is that there is a historic mistrust of the health and social services system, which I understand. It has very deep roots, and despite our best efforts at cultural training, cultural sensitivity, and anti-racism training, those problems persist. And that it is my goal to live up to those values which the member enunciated in the preamble to his question. What I have seen work in the time that I have been health minister is developing relationships between the chief operating officers of the regions and the people in the communities that those regions serve. And so it's my hope that the member will reach out to the Chief Operating Officer of the Decho region, get to know her, and to talk to her about his concerns so that that relationship-based care has a place to start for him in improving the relationship between the health and social services system, himself and his community. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it's another case of passing the buck, getting me to do the work of her department. The minister herself should be relaying these messages to all the health and social services authorities. Mr. Speaker, one of the values of the health department is accountability. In that system, outcomes, and I'm stating it again, are measured, assessed, and publicly reported on. And that sounds like an evaluation type of value. Can the minister apprise this House and the residents of the Northwest Territories when we may see fruition of the department's value of accountability? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have layers of mechanisms to ensure that the services that we deliver are appropriate, culturally safe and effective. We have, of course, the new patient advocates. We have the Office of Client Experience, which will look into particular complaints of the kind the member has brought forward. The people who work in the health centres are licensed by regulatory bodies. Those bodies have complaint processes. We also, of course, are accredited on a regular basis. The next accreditation exercise will take place in September. So accountability is happening at many different levels in the health system, and we strive for continuous performance improvement to better meet the needs of the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the young person I spoke of in my member statement is one example of how the healthcare system is failing our residents despite the vision of best health, best care for a better future. Can the minister explain what the health department is doing to provide the best care, the best health care that speaks of compassion, that speaks of respect, that speaks of fairness, and most of all, that speaks of dignity for our residents? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a department with over 1,800 staff and a $610 million budget. So I don't know if the member really wants me to explain everything that we're doing to serve the residents of the Northwest Territories. I support and our staff supports the goals that he has enunciated, that people are treated with respect, with dignity, they are provided with effective care that resolves their issues. Diagnosis is a really complicated process. It can vary between a practitioner being able to look at somebody and diagnose an ailment almost immediately to something that is much more complex beyond the skills and equipment available in local health centres, and that's when people are medevaced or referred to Yellowknife for additional treatment. We, I think, are trying our best. We don't always get it right. I really encourage the member, as I did previously when he brought this case to my attention, to contact the Office of Client Experience. We want to learn from things which people are dissatisfied with or consider mistakes so that we can improve the services we provide to all N.W.T. residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final short supplementary. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I realize the healthcare system is stretched and that healthcare professionals are in short supply, including doctors and registered nurses. Can the minister update this House in its efforts to attract healthcare professionals to the North? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information to hand, so I will write the member a letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been at this Tolston thing for about 2 decades now, and tens of millions of dollars in engineering studies. And I guess my first question is, can the minister tell me how much this Tolston expansion is going to cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have a cost right in front of me, but I do want to add that we have numerous discussions with industrial companies regarding the Tolston project. These companies have expressed interest in the project. They have stated that the investors want to invest in projects that use green and clean power. At this point in time, we are examining the potential for 10 candidate mine customers to be able to support this project, which will start in 2033. We will need at least 2 or 3 reasonable, foreseeable mine customers in place to proceed to construction in 2027. I'd also like to add, Mr. Speaker, that linking these 2 grids will improve redundancy, power reliability. We would also realize significant savings when we are faced with low water levels and we have to rely heavily on diesel generation, which comes at a significant cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear how much the project was going to cost, which seems like a pretty fundamental thing you would want to know, is how much is this project going to cost? We have an MOU to build it. We were asking the federal government to give us money. Certainly we must know how much we're asking for, Mr. Speaker, but apparently not. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that this project has fallen through in the past is that we just can't quite get to a rate of power that is competitive with the price of diesel, and so mines do not want to enter into a long-term power purchasing agreement. I know some of the social governance and the desire to be on clean energy is changing that math for mines, but really, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what we think we can sell this power at. So does the minister have a figure of what we can expect to sell Tulston Power at? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, our goal is to sell all the power we will produce from this project. 60 megawatts is the current proposed expansion at the site, on top of what we're producing existing generation. The final installed capacity of the facility and annual water levels in the Tulston system will ultimately dictate how much power we'll be able to sell. Mr. Speaker, we are currently estimating in the range of about 420 gigawatt hours of additional energy we'll be able to sell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Selling 60 megawatts in this territory is no small feat. We're definitely going to need quite a few mines, and they're going to need to operate for multiple decades with long-term power purchasing agreements to sell 60 megawatts of power. And I didn't hear how much the project was going to cost, and I didn't hear how much we actually expect that power to cost. I'll note that a lot of these operations can look to Alberta that's selling about 12 cents a kilowatt hour power, which is a lot cheaper than what we could ever hope to get to. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping perhaps I can get a bit more detail there. I heard the minister say there's 10 potential mines. I'm racking my brain to even picture 2 mines that are on our potential route. Pine Point is an obvious one. But can the minister tell me which potential mines these are that would actually be on the grid? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to let the member know the hydro price we will charge will need to be competitive with other power alternatives for remote mines such as LNG and diesel at the time we proceed. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that's probably not, you appreciate it's not in our best business interest to be able to list a price today for power that will be sold to a project that won't come in line in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't actually know whether we should build Tulston, and I don't think I should even have an opinion on it. I think the Power Corp needs to have a business case, and it needs to be evidence-based, and we need to crunch the numbers to see who's going to buy our power, for how much, and if it makes sense, then most certainly we should do that. And really, it is an evidence-based decision-making, and we shouldn't be here on the floor of the House asking basic questions such as how much is this whole thing we've been talking about for decades actually going to cost. And all of that would be done in a business case, Mr. Speaker, a business case that we have been promised over and over. And so my question for the Minister of Infrastructure is, when are we going to see a public business case for the Tulston hydro expansion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we are on track for the completion of a detailed business case for this project within the life of this government. This document will not be made public. As a general rule, Mr. Speaker, detailed business case information is not made public. You know, to preserve the financial that's in the context of a major project for which we are going to be seeking competitive bids for this construction. We will be working with our partners to provide compelling case for Canada and the N.W.T to invest in significant dollars for this project. Mr. Speaker, a key part of this work is to demonstrate specific benefits for the Northwest Territories in terms of growth, construction jobs, stabilized power rates, specific conditions, risks that must be addressed prior to the N.W.T investing in this construction dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Premier brought up COVID-19 lessons learned. Mr. Speaker, with the CERB payments that were all given out, with the CERB, the Canada Recovery Caregiver monies that were given to the communities and to the people across the territory, given by the federal government at that time. Would the Minister, would the Premier will be able to talk, I guess, to the Prime Minister in regards to waiving those fees for the people in the Northwest Territories to see if we could give them give them a chance. People are suffering right now under our government. People are being penalized with no food. Would the Premier commit to me on trying to work with the Government of Canada to see what she could do for the betterment of our people, all our people in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the CERB payments, I do know that the member had asked the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment about what we could do here. I don't know if it's just looking at the CERB payments when I lobby the federal government. What I've been lobbying the federal government is, even before COVID, is that our costs are high. The Speaker really outlined that yesterday in the House. I'd asked to get a copy of his notes, actually, so I could use some of the statistics when I go to Ottawa. It's important that the federal government realize that the Northwest Territories is not like the South. We have huge problems in the North where we don't have the transportation access that people have. Our cost of living, our food is expensive. I hear that. So I'm trying to lobby the federal government for more than just to alleviate the CERB payments. I'm trying to lobby the federal government so all residents of the Northwest Territories will benefit and that we will have a sustainable cost of living. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions, member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, we're in a tough situation right now across our territory. We got people going without. Our government could make a difference today. Our Premier could make a difference today and stand up for our people and stop penalizing them with a stroke of a pen. Would the Minister or the Premier of the Northwest Territories stop recovery for CERB, recovery from Canada Recovery Caregiving monies that was given, and the people that took it just called in. They weren't given a T4 or given a receipt upon, and they did not. Some of them people that did not know that they had to claim it in. They should have known, but they didn't. Would the Minister, would the Premier do what's right for the people in the small communities that are being penalized, that are going without food and having to make those tough choices? Would the Premier stand up and make that change? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do know that I was just talking to the Minister of Housing that the CERB payments aren't being deducted from the housing payments. We're trying to do what we can. I'll have a discussion with ECE to see what the issues are. However, I do want to say that the federal budget just came out yesterday, and I spent my lunch hour this afternoon talking to Minister Vandell, who's coming here tomorrow, and we'll have more conversations with Minister Vandell. We talked about what's in the budget. There's supposed to be increases for the Northwest Territories around health funding, around housing funding, and around food security. So, these are the issues that I hear the member speak of often from his communities and other members as well. So I'm pressuring the federal government to find out what exactly the new budget allocations are for, how much we can get from the Northwest Territories, and things that aren't in the budget. I will be pressing for, lobbying for, because, like I said many times, it's important that the federal government realize that we struggle in the Northwest Territories. We're not the same as the South. And so it's important that they realize, it's important that they recognize the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, and that they support us as appropriate. We're Canadian citizens. I'm glad we have some leaders here today. Not only do we lobby from the governments of the Northwest Territories, the Council of Leaders has met with Minister Vandell as well and told him the priorities of the North. So all of us as leaders across the territories are lobbying to try to get the supports from the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions, member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd love to meet Minister Vandell.
Yeah, let's break it.
In regards to what's happening up here, in regards to letting them know how our Liberal government's shortchanging their own people. We're being penalized because of where we live. High cost of living, all the stress is put on the family on trying to make ends meet, and it's not working anymore. Before they did, income support gives enough for the first 2 weeks. It used to be 3 weeks, now it's down to 2, Mr. Speaker. You know it as well as I do. We all do in our small communities. People need help. I need my Premier to tell Minister Vandell, to stop this recovery in regards to that. Stop it right across. It was 2 years ago. But yet that Liberal government gives money to everywhere else but here. Minister's got to stand up and make a stand for the people of Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
N.W.T. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anytime I meet with any federal minister, including the Prime Minister, I stand up for the people of the Northwest Territories. Otherwise, I have no reason to be there. Mr. Speaker, in honesty, though, I will bring it up to Minister Vandell again. I'd spoken to him this afternoon at lunchtime, spoke to him about our needs, and I will continue to speak to him about our needs. I'll talk to him about some of the problems that we have with CERB as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the Premier consider in regards to stepping in and stop penalizing for those two, for the CERB and for the Canada Recovery benefits? Would the Premier step in and stop all penalizations in regards to people that are on income support and unable to help themselves because there's no employment in the Northwest Territories, and especially my riding? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As stated earlier, I will follow up with the Minister of Education and Culture, and actually all the Cabinet will have the discussions and see what we can do. We're not trying to penalize people. We're trying to support people, and that's why the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment said, yes, there's issues, but we've increased. This Cabinet, the first time in many years that we've actually increased the payments for income support people because we recognize of the high costs. So I will follow up and see what we can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I've been an MLA in this Assembly for 7 years. I've never had an opportunity to meet with a federal minister. I'm glad that the Premier is doing that tomorrow. Why doesn't the Premier invite the minister to meet with any of the regular MLAs? It's never happened. So will the minister commit to see if she can get a meeting for us as regular MLAs with at least one federal minister before I finish? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Order. Oral questions. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honesty, it's hard to get a meeting with any minister, especially the Prime Minister. Often we get half an hour. We're very focused. We tell them what our agenda is, etc. It's not my understanding when I talked to my staff before about having regular members there. It's never been done in other jurisdictions. It's not something that's normal that happens. However, I will like to say that Minister Vandell is coming here tomorrow, and I am assuming, if things go right, that he'll be a visitor in our gallery. So I can't guarantee that I'll get a personal meeting for the regular member, but the stairs, there's one set of stairs, unless they go through the back. So I'd recommend that run out and shake hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I remember going to Ottawa one time with Bill Erasmus as the National Chief of the Dene Nation at the time. We actually went into the House of Commons. We actually stood by his stairs, as they come in down, and we actually did meet with the federal minister in the lobby. But we shouldn't have to do that in this building. Yeah, we do things differently. That's because we're a consensus government, Mr. Speaker. So I want this Premier to actually commit to raise this issue with the minister while he's here, that he should actually start to meet with some of us as regular MLAs, because that's how we do business as consensus government. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, we are a consensus government, and everyone has roles and responsibilities within this government. Like I say, I struggle to get meetings with federal ministers. My time is short. If anything, I'm trying to get meetings with the Indigenous governments with federal ministers. However, I would like to put it back, Mr. Speaker, and say that the chair of AOC should send a letter to the minister and invite him to meet with the committee in the spirit of consensus government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
See, Monsieur le Président. No, that's a great idea, and I'll be happy to discuss that with my colleagues on this side of the House. But, yesterday, in the context of the government's response on Bill 60, the House asked the Premier to actually write a letter to the Prime Minister of Canada on the lack of energy options here in the Northwest Territories, and their side would refuse to do that, to actually send a letter to the Prime Minister on our behalf after a motion in the House. So I don't think I have a lot of confidence. Anyways, what I want to do is get the Minister, the Premier, to commit that she will actually raise this with the Minister tomorrow, that on this visit, maybe the next time he's here, that he should actually take the time to meet with this side of the House. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what I'll do is, again, I'm going to put it back. I'm going to say that the chair of the AOC should write a letter to any minister that they want to invite in the spirit of consensus government. But I will make a commitment, because I do want to give them a yes. And I will commit to bringing up the carbon tax concerns that we have to the minister, to the appropriate minister. Although, like I've said many times, my knowledge is that when we speak about the federal government, they are listening, so they're already hearing that. But I will raise the concerns of the carbon tax and the impacts to the people of the Northwest Territories, because it's a federal tax. We have the choice to do it within the territories, but it's going to happen anyway. So I will bring it up, because it's part of what I always say about the high cost of living, no jobs, no transportation, the reliance that we have. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Final short supplementary.
I'm just going to ask the Premier to add one more thing to that list when she's meeting with the Minister tomorrow, that this trip, next trip, would the Minister please meet with some of the regular MLAs?
Hopefully
Thank
it's
you.
his last trip.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Speaker this morning had started with that get in order, but I'm feeling generous today, so I'm kind of feeling a little bit generous today. I already committed that I'd bring up the carbon tax as an issue. I will tell the Minister that the regular members would love to meet him, but I'd like to get confirmation, perhaps in another time, because we're at the end of oral questions, that the chair of AOC would also write to the Minister, because I think it would help if there was both of us doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Colleagues, order. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Madam Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to return to item 5, recognition of visitors in the centre.
Thank you, Madam Premier. The Premier is seeking unanimous consent to return to item 5. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may recognition of visitors in the gallery. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have quite a gathering here today in the gallery. We have a lot of Indigenous leaders and some of their officials because we're doing the first reading of bills on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the Implementation Act. So they're here for that. Just telling committee, there'll also be, during the break, a committee of the whole. We'll be having a small reception with the media. People are welcome to attend. But the visitors here are, excuse me if I say these wrong, Ionike Land Corporation and SSI Incorporated Board Member, President Joseph Cochon, and SSI Manager of Intergovernmental Relations, Valerie Gordon, who I also believe is a Range Lake constituent. Equatade Danny Gadet from the Delany-Gauthier government. Equate Leonard Kenny from the Delany-Gauthier government. Vice President Paul Harrington from the Northwest Territories Métis Nation. And Ionike Land Corporation and Betsy Ada First Nation. Governance Advisor Stephanie Earl-Balker-Fox. And my own team, that small team that worked on the United Nations Declaration from Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Ms. Sean McCann, the Indigenous and Intergovernmental Affairs Deputy Secretary, I'll read them all off, Anne-Marie Gruben, the Manager of Indigenous Affairs, and Isabel Goche, the Intergovernmental Analyst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Satu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I as well wanted to recognize the Satu leadership as well, and Ionike President Joseph Cochon, and also Equity Day Danny Gadet, Leonard Kenny of Delany-Gauthier government. And also I'd like to recognize Ms. Valerie Gordon, who is the Intergovernmental Relations Lands Resources Manager with Satu Secretariat. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Satu. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Havers North. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize one of the new Aurora College board members, Stephanie Earl-Balker-Fox. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a return to written question number 64-19-2, asked by the member for Cam Lake on March 8th, 2023, regarding the Housing N.W.T funding formula for local housing organizations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on their review of bills. Reports of committees on their review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Plain language summary for Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act. Alcohol strategy for the Northwest Territories, final report, March 2023. And Tobacco and Vapor Products Control Act, 3-year report, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, plain line summary for Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, plain language summary for Bill 79, an act to amend the Judicature Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories, Housing N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Additional information for return to written questions, 64-19 bracket 2, Housing N.W.T funding formula for local housing organizations, Housing N.W.T 2023-24 consolidated operation budget, and Northwest Territories Public Utilities Board 2022 annual report. Must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Interactivity transfers exceeding $250,000 from April 1st to December 31st, 2022. Interactivity transfers exceeding $250,000 from April 1st to September 30th, 2022. And the Diversity and Inclusion Framework document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Madam Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following documents: learning from the response to COVID-19 report and recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Tabling of documents, tabling of documents. Notices of motion, notices of motion. Motions, motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 80, Dental Hygienist Profession Statute Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Bill 80 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, the moment we've all been waiting for, I wish to present to the House Bill 81, an act to amend the Education Act, number 2, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Bill 81 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Bill 81 has had first reading, or Bill 82, sorry. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of moments we've been waiting for. I wish to present to the House Bill 83, the Liquor Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Bill 83 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 84, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Business Development and Investment Corporation Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Bill 84 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, usually I don't trump my ministers, but this time I'm trumping them. This is the bill we've all been waiting for. Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 85, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Implementation Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Bill 85 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 89, the Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures 2023-2024, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Bill 89 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 77, Nursing Profession Act, be read for the second time. This bill repeals and replaces the Nursing Profession Act, SNWT 2003 C15. It will establish a single regulatory establish a single regulatory framework for all nurses in the Northwest Territories. Update the name of the regulating body responsible for the regulation of nurses to the College and Association of Nurses of the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. Establish new nursing designations for active members of the college, including registered nurse authorized prescriber, licensed practical nurse, registered psychiatric nurse, and registered psychiatric nurse authorized prescriber. It will establish new types of temporary certificates for active members, require the registrar to maintain registers for new types of registrants, and provide for application procedures. Provide for nurses' qualifications, scope of practice, entitlements, obligations, and regulatory processes. Update the process for the review of conduct of active members. Provide for the appointment of a complaints officer. Provide offense provisions related to new types of registrants. Add broad bylaw-making powers to regulate the practice of nurses, including nurses who practice solely through virtual care, and modernize language, including by using gender-neutral pronouns. This bill also includes consequential amendments to the Coroners Act, Emergency Medical Aid Act, Employment Standards Act, Evidence Act, Mental Health Act, Motor Vehicles Act, Pharmacy Act, Public Health Act, and Vital Statistics Act, and repeals the Licensed Practical Nurses Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 77 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member from Yellowknife South, the Bill 78, Waste Reduction and Resource Recovery Act, be read for the second time. This bill repeals and replaces the Waste Reduction and Recovery Act's N.W.T. 2003, Section 29. 2. Remove and amend and add certain definitions, broaden the scope of matters on which an advisory committee may provide advice and assistance, allow regulations to be made respecting waste reduction and resource recovery, including regulations prescribing persons as producers of designated material or setting out a method for determining producers, setting out responsibilities of producers of a designated material, requiring producers of designated material to establish and operate systems in respect of waste reduction or resources recovery, and to establish and maintain funds associated with these systems, prohibiting or restricting the disposal of designated material at certain premises in certain circumstances, in respect of licensed to operate collection facilities or facilities in respect of designated or prohibited materials, providing for a maximum number of licenses for a geographic area, allow the minister to approve one or more competitive processes to select successful applicants for a license, provide that only those fees collected by or on behalf of the government of Northwest Territories are to be paid into the environmental fund, and update the purpose for which the assets of that fund may be used, update administration, compliance, enforcement, offense, and penalty provisions, clarify the act that does not authorize the contravention of the Competition Act, brackets Canada, and modernize language, including by using gender-neutral pronouns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 78 has had second reading. Second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife South, that Bill 79, an act to amend the Judicature Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Judicature Act to replace and update references to the Agreement on Internal Trade with the Canadian Free Trade Agreement of 2017, and add provisions respecting judges of the Court of Appeal who may continue to be seized of actions or causes that they have started to hear before they ceased to hold office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 79 has had second reading. Second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 89, the Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures 2023-2024, be read for the second time. This bill authorizes the Government of the Northwest Territories to make appropriations for operations expenditures for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. It also sets out limits on amounts that may be borrowed by the Commissioner on behalf of the Government, includes information in respect of all existing borrowing and all projected borrowing for the fiscal year, and authorizes the making of disbursements to pay the principal of amounts borrowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 89 has had second reading. Second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, and 68, Committee Report 47, 49, 50-19 brackets 2, Minister Statement 264-19 brackets 2, Table Document 681-19 brackets 2, and Table Document 694-19 brackets 2. Colleagues, by the authority given to me as Speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House, with Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to consider Bill 68, Table Document 694-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 50-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 47-19 brackets 2. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a recess. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act. I will ask the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to introduce the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act. The Child Daycare Act defines how children should be cared for in facilities outside of their homes in the N.W.T. The Act and its corresponding regulations set minimum standards for the quality, care, instruction, and supervision of children. In December 2021, the N.W.T signed the Canada-N.W.T Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement, in which the federal government pledged to provide additional funding to reduce barriers and transform the early learning and childcare system in the N.W.T. The agreement and action plan focus on making childcare more affordable for families, developing a qualified early childhood workforce, and establishing a strong basis for accountability. Amendments to the Child Daycare Act are required to fully implement this agreement and meet the enhanced accountability and reporting measures required by Canada. Bill 68 proposes a limited set of amendments to the Act that will provide the authority to establish a certification process and wage grid for early childhood educators in the N.W.T, increase inclusion and demographic reporting measures, establish cost control measures, including maximum fees charged to families, introduce enhanced protection for the rights of families, including a complaints process, and update and clarify language in the Act. I wish to thank the Standing Committee on Social Development for their review and collaboration on this important initiative, including the 6 motions to amend and agreed to during the clause-by-clause review. This concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Would you like to bring witnesses in?
Yes.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you. I have John MacDonald, Deputy Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and Christina Duffy, Director of Legislation Division with the Department of Justice.
Welcome. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments to Bill 68. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 3rd, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. Bill 68 does not address the existing challenges of the Northwest Territories' early learning and childcare sector or fix the damaged relationship between the sector and the government. It does, however, put in place necessary basic rules, such as a certification process for educators, and allows the Northwest Territories to catch up with the other jurisdictions in this sector. In the committee's review period, committee received 9 written submissions and 6 verbal presentations. This enabled committee to have a thorough understanding of how Bill 68 affects child care operators and northern families. As a result, the committee was pleased to work with the department on several amendments to strengthen this bill for those it impacts. The clause-by-clause review of Bill 68 was held on March 1st, 2023. The committee proposed 7 motions. The Minister of Education, Culture and Employment concurred with 6 of the 7 proposed motions. I would like to thank the committee for its work on the review of the bill. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 68. Does committee agree that there are no general comments on Bill 68? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of the bill? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1, does committee agree? Clause 2, does committee agree? Clause 3, does committee agree? Clause 4, does committee agree? Clause 5, does committee agree? Clause 6, does committee agree? Clause 7, does committee agree? Clause 8, does committee agree? Clause 9, does committee agree? Clause 10, does committee agree? Clause 11, does committee agree? Clause 12, does committee agree? Clause 13, does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Clause 13 of Bill 68 be amended by deleting proposed subclause 19.2 brackets 2 and substituting the following. Brackets 2, an operator shall not, brackets A, retaliate against a complainant under section 19.1, or brackets B, disclose the identity of a complainant under section 19.1 except as is reasonably required to respond to the complaint. And Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is, we feel on the committee, a really important change that needs to be made. Given the small nature of our town, the nature of our small towns, I think that it's really quite disingenuous to think that conversation is not going to happen around any sort of complaint or issue that is brought forward. And what not having the ability to speak about the complainant does to the daycare provider or the day home provider is that it hampers them from being allowed to go and get advice from their peer group. It doesn't allow them to properly be able to defend themselves against any sort of complaint. I think it gives an avenue then, should they do inadvertently disclose someone's name, it gives another avenue for retaliation, especially in a situation where the complaint is actually vexatious and not of an actual nature that's maybe grounded in reality. So we felt that by hampering or by keeping people restricted, and sorry, I'm having a hard time articulating myself here today after this week, but that it was at detriment to the providers and not fair. We also wanted them to have the ability to be unhampered should they need to engage legal counsel or any sort of adjudication platform that may come out of or mediation type situation. And it's our understanding from our legal counsel that this does prohibit defendants, or whatever we want to call them, from engaging and telling their legal counsel who exactly is the complainant. So I think rather than set up a situation where people are going to be in violation of the act because people talk and it's a small town, I think it's better if we were to make this amendment so that there is some avenue for flexibility in how this is all dealt with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for, or Minister Vicini. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this motion was brought forward at the clause by clause, and at that time I did not concur with it. I think there was a bit of miscommunication between myself and committee in terms of what this clause meant. I think there was a perception that it meant that the complaint itself could not be discussed with anyone, but the issue was just the identity of the complainant we did not want exposed. This act, or this bill, proposes to provide childcare providers with information, a summary of the complaint when it is made, which is currently not the process. So this is sort of a give and take. There's additional information going to childcare providers, and as such, we just want to ensure there is a little more protection for families. And this is not something we expect that would come into play very often. The vast majority of cases are, the vast majority of complaints are dealt with very quickly. There's many that are found to not be substantiated,
Some might be vexatious. And when the complaints are founded, staff go in and they work with the providers to ensure that they can rectify those issues. We don't want things to progress to another level. So, in speaking with some of the committee members, there was examples given of, a new day home operator might be receiving complaints, and they want to go and speak to someone who is more experienced about how to, deal with those issues. And there's nothing wrong with that. The issue would be about identifying the assumed complainant, because as was mentioned, it is a small community, and we don't want anyone to be any parents to have a bad reputation that might cause them difficulty in getting childcare. So, that, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that the committee motion be amended by A, deleting proposed paragraph 19.2 brackets 2 brackets B, and substituting the following. B, disclose the identity of a complainant under section 19.1. B, by adding the following after proposed subclause 19.2 brackets 2. 3, notwithstanding paragraph 2B, an operator may disclose the identity of a complainant, A, to a lawyer retained by the operator to provide legal services in respect of that complaint, or B, as authorized by the director. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, the motion is being distributed onto the floor. Motion to amend the motion under consideration is in order. Members, we will consider the motion to amend the motion under consideration prior to returning to the original motion. I know this is confusing, so we're going to consider the motion that the minister has put forward before we consider the remainder for the motion that member for Cam Lake has put forward. So at this time, debate should focus on the motion to amend from Minister of EC&E versus the member for Cam Lake. So I will go to the Minister of Education, Culture, Employment to speak to the motion to amend, then we'll allow any other members an opportunity to speak to that motion. Okay, so Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this motion does is amend the motion to allow for child care center or day home operators to disclose the identity of a complainant in certain circumstances. And so that would be when they would like to retain legal counsel to help them navigate this complaint, help them deal with the complaint. Or alternatively, I recognize that not everyone wants to hire a lawyer, and really this complaint process is not that administratively burdensome that you would necessarily need a lawyer. The later appeal process is perhaps the time when you might consider that, but for this process, you might not need a lawyer. And so there's also the opportunity for the director to authorize an operator to reveal that identity to someone else to assist them and deal with this complaint. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the willingness of the minister and the department to try and rectify the issue that we had raised, and clearly was listening to what our concerns were. Again, though, this I don't necessarily, though, agree with 3 sub B as authorized by the director. And the reason I have concern there is further to what I was saying yesterday about the way that this is going to be set up, that it does allow for there to be an arbitrary N.W.T employee who is making decisions about people's livelihoods in an industry. And I just don't see that we have a lot of that type of overreach in other other industries. And so I have to question why we would be so prescriptive in one like this. I mean, if we were in the construction industry and somebody was mad at one contractor, there would be nothing to preclude them from speaking about that to others in the industry. So I feel that this is too prescriptive, and again, it's giving power to a N.W.T employee that is not impartial necessarily. I've mentioned yesterday, heard complaints about vexatious complaints being followed through from in the department, and that is the perception. I'm not saying whether it is the reality, but that there is an impression that certain people are targeted, and therefore, how could I, in good conscience, agree to allow a director to be making this type of decision with no policy or anything or guidance around and no investigative process outlined ahead of time? So for me, I can't support this change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not part of the committee, and so I'm just trying to catch up on where we're at with this. But I want to note that the Act, we're starting a new complaint process, the director first has to decide whether to even disclose the identity of the complainant to the operator. And I would say in many cases, you probably don't want to do that. And if I'm going to file a complaint against my day home, I'm probably going to ask to remain anonymous. And I know that anonymous complaints processes are often used in other jurisdictions and day homes to protect the identities of people involved. So we're now in a debate where after the director has made that analysis in cases where they find it appropriate to disclose the identity with the summary of the complaint, whether then that day home operator can further share that information. And I am sympathetic to the motion that it certainly should be shared with legal counsel. I think they probably have that right regardless, but I don't want to get into that debate. That being said, I appreciate where committee is coming from, so I will be abstaining on these motions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the Minister and his desire to try to meet committee halfway here. But there are still concerns that were raised in committee that this motion does not acknowledge. One of the concerns that was raised by committee was the ability of a complainant to disclose the ability of a child care provider to disclose the identity of a complainant to legal counsel or to another person assisting them in defending against a complaint. So while this allows somebody to disclose to a lawyer that they've retained, sometimes people don't always have the dollars to access a lawyer, and having somebody have to go back to a director and leave that to the discretion of a director is probably not a natural human behavior when you are potentially an early in business individual who's simply looking for advice from a peer who works in the industry in order to be able to defend yourself or work through a situation. And that brings me to my next concern, and a concern that was heard at committee, was really the ability of people to participate in normal human behavior, which is, especially in the Northwest Territories, we often have a very small territory where we're all one community, where people know people who are in the industry, who have different skill sets, or who are trusted advisors. You know, when we all leave this building, we probably will call upon some of our colleagues as trusted advisors in our life that will help us through some challenges that we either encounter professionally or personally going forward. And so my concern is that this legislation would actually potentially make natural human behavior illegal. And so it seems to me that, in a sense, this clause actually seems to address a fear of unprofessional behavior. And that, to me, calls into question, is unprofessional behavior illegal? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. I just... Sorry. Yeah, so. Question has been called. All those in favor, oh, sorry. No, you didn't request a recorded vote. So, all those in favor of, sorry. Okay, so what we are voting on right now is the amendment to that Minister of EC&E has made to the motion that member for Cam Lake put forward. So we're voting on the amendment. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment to the motion? Thank you. All those opposed to the amendment of the motion? One, two, three, four, five. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All those abstaining? Seven. All right, so the motion is carried, or, sorry, defeated, sorry. The motion has been defeated. Members, we will now consider the member for Cam Lake's motion. The motion, or to the motion. Just wait. bills. To order. Committee, as chair, in case of a tie, I cast the deciding vote. But by convention, I vote in a way that allows further debate. So in this case, I vote to defeat the motion, and the motion to defeat the motion, to amend the motion, as the amendment could be brought forward in further debate at third reading. All right, so now we will go back to the original motion. To the motion, and this is the motion that was put forward by member for Cam Lake. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your hand so that we can make sure I can count. Oh, we are having a recorded vote, that's right. A recorded vote has been requested, so all those in favor of the motion that was put forward to amend by Cam Lake, please stand.
The member for Cam Lake. The member for N.W.T. The member for Tunadé-Wellade. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave. The member for Deschaux. The member for Thabacha.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Statute. The member for Range Lake. The member for Nunavik Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North.
All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Hay River South.
The results of the recorded vote are 7 in favor, 7 opposed, and 2 abstentions. As chair, in case of a tie, I cast the deciding vote, and by convention, I vote in a way that allows for further debate. In this case, I vote to defeat the motion to amend, as this amendment could be brought forward for further debate at third reading. Thank you, members. Okay. Does committee agree? Clause 14, does committee agree? Clause 15, does committee agree? Clause 16, does committee agree? Clause 17, does committee agree? Committee to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does committee agree that this concludes consideration of Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. To consider table document 694-19 brackets 2, Northwest Territories Coroner Service 2021-2022 early release of the suicide data. I will now open the floor for comments. MLA for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, after the coroner's report was publicly released in September and then was tabled here in the House, committee wanted to immediately move it into Committee of the Whole to have the opportunity to discuss it at a later date if needed, because committee wanted to be able to give attention to this very, very serious concern. The coroner themselves were quoted in local media as releasing this report for the purpose of drawing attention to it and to the increase in suicide in the Northwest Territories, so that the government would have the opportunity to take immediate action. And the Standing Committee on Social Development wanted the opportunity to advocate for that same action to the government of the Northwest Territories. So that was the purpose of moving this into Committee of the Whole. Since then, at the earliest possible time in the fall sitting, the Standing Committee on Social Development tabled a suicide prevention motion. The response to that motion was received into the House during this sitting, and then this week the Standing Committee on Social Development continued that conversation by tabling a suicide prevention report, which we will also have the opportunity to speak to in Committee of the Whole this week as well. What I wanted to point out here, Madam Chair, is that the coroner's report has some information that the coroner's report could have some information that committee feels would be helpful in further and future reporting of suicide in the territories, so that the N.W.T can be a lot more targeted and strategic in suicide prevention going forward. The coroner's report currently doesn't have any information on race or ethnicity or on regional distinction of suicide either. The information that committee has on who is being harmed by suicide in the territory was just from who we know in the territory as MLAs, because the territory is a very small territory and we are all connected at the end of the day. And so I'll leave this at that, and we'll have the opportunity as committee to further discuss the work of committee when we discuss the suicide prevention report that committee tabled. But I wanted to just say a huge thank you to the coroner for publishing their interim report and for pointing out and raising the alarm bells as far as suicide in the territory. I think it's worth pointing out and giving credit to the coroner where credit is due, that until this interim report from the coroner was released, it was never validated that there was a mental health crisis in the Northwest Territories. And following the release of the coroner's report, the government validated what it had been hearing from members of the public, that there was a mental health, is a mental health crisis in the Northwest Territories. So thank you to the coroner for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to follow up further on what my colleague said, I also do want to thank the coroner for raising this alarm. However, it speaks volumes to me that it took getting this report out early for the government to pay any attention to the fact that we were in a mental health crisis, and continue to be so, and had been for quite a while, I think, before the end of 2022. We wrote to the minister, we had made people aware, we raised the issue as early as 2020 that there were increasing numbers of people that were having suicidal ideation, that people that had not previously shown to have mental health issues were now identifying themselves as needing help, and finding very much that the help was lacking. To me, there is nothing more appalling and shameful as a government that when somebody is asking for help, whether it be on our addictions and our suicide rates and anything, that they don't get the help that they need. And I can't tell you the number of stories that I hear of people showing up at the hospital under some sort of emergency situation from a mental health perspective and being turned away. In fact, the government has flown people to Yellowknife to go to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation and then just released them with nothing and sent them back home to their home community. To me, again, very appalling. I think that this government and the lack of response from the Department of Health and Social Services to the increasing alarms of the mental health problems as early as 2020, that a lot of this is on them and that they are responsible for what has happened here. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Madam Chair, no, I just want to also thank the coroner for bringing this report forward. And I really, we've been hit hard in my communities that I represent with suicide, and it's still a lot of attempts are going on, and any help that we could get, and from our government, which we were really lucky that we worked with our minister to get that done. I still thank her for today in regards to that, for all the help that she's done for my riding when this was happening. And I know my home leadership all back home are thankful for that too. This is a really touchy subject, you know, since COVID was with us 2 years ago, and the effects it has on our people in regards to, you know, the stresses of, you know, place to live, for food, everything. It all has a rippling effect of what's happening with the people that we work for, who we represent. I lost a lot of good young people in my riding, and it's really tough for me to sit here and to talk about it, because, you know, you just want to keep moving forward and helping everybody else around you. But I know the intention of the government is trying to work with us to get this done. But again, we have to put the people first in stuff like this, and to be able to have the assistance and the funding to support our communities of making sure that we have people that, when something like this happens, like they did back home, with having people that they could talk to and listen to them in regards to the grief that they're going through. Because it's not only the one the person does that, it's the whole family and the community that hurt. And we just keep lifting up each other to try to work together to, you know, to help the family in their time of need. And I know that on both sides of the House, I know it's sensitive, and all members we're not, all of us dealt with one or two in our riding. You know, I dealt with 6, and it's really tough. But I want to, like I said, I want to commend my minister for all the help that she's done in my time of need in my community, in my riding of Tuck and the N.W.T as a whole. And, you know, we just got to work together. This is too sensitive to be playing politics with it. But I really want to thank the person that brought this forward and bring it to our attention. And any time that we dealt with it in the House, and any time that I call my minister, she's always been there for us. And again, just thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? Committee, do you agree that you've concluded consideration of table document 694-19 brackets 2, Northwest Territories Coroner Service 2021-2022 early release of suicide data? Thank you, committee. Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 50-19, brackets 2, strengthening community supports, lifting youth voices, recommendations on a suicide prevention. I will go to the Chair of Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee's report was read into the record on March 27th, 2023. In October 2022, the Office of the Chief Coroner released the 2021-2022 early release of suicide data to raise alarms on the upsurge of deaths to suicide in the Northwest Territories. According to the Office of the Chief Coroner, the majority of those impacted were males between the age of 20 and 29 in the Beaufort Delta and North Slave regions of the Northwest Territories. In response to the loss of life among youth to suicide, the committee prioritized speaking to youth on the topic of suicide prevention efforts and advocating for accessible resources and supports. I'd like to thank the youth who shared both their recommendations and also their lived experiences courageously with the committee. From you, we learn and we take your lead. In this report, members will see that youth were clear in their responses. Youth know what they want. It is up to this Assembly to hold the government to account to provide what youth need for suicide prevention strategies. The recommendations in this report are in direct response to what committee heard from the youth of the Northwest Territories. Madam Chair, youth need action taken now, not tomorrow and not in 120 days. Madam Chair, I would also like to thank committee members all live in the Northwest Territories, and every single one of us are either directly or indirectly impacted by suicide in the Northwest Territories. And this was incredibly heavy work that committee waded into, but committee also made commitments to the people that they serve to step into heavy work without delay on behalf of the residents of the Northwest Territories. So with that, I would also like to thank staff. We have Indigenous staff who work with us at the Legislative Assembly as well, who grew up in small communities outside of Yellowknife, in some cases know some of the people that we were speaking to when we were speaking to people who lost their life to suicide last year. And so this was very heavy and very difficult work that the staff followed us into wholeheartedly and participated in. So I also want to thank staff who partook in this. So thank you both. Madam Chair, individual committee members might have comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 50-19, brackets 2. Do any members have general comments? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too just wanted to take a moment to specifically thank our staff and anybody that did contribute to this report and the work that we've done. It was very weighty work and very heavy work at times, and not only I think for us listening, but for people who have to actually come in and share trauma. And it's known that people having to relive and over and telling their stories, that in itself at times can be very traumatizing. So I do really want to thank the staff particularly, because I think there was a real, sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath, Madam Chair, there was a real insight and wisdom, I thought, that was provided to us that to help us do this job in a much better and respectful manner. And I don't know that I would have had the insight or some of the thoughts necessarily to have carried it out in the manner that was suggested to us, and I just can't say thank you enough for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Seeing no further comments, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services provide financial and human resources support to youth-led non-governmental organizations to host a territorial youth conference on mental health and wellness before the end of the 19th Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, why this motion is important, not only just for the obvious reasons that it's great, we need to have our youth gathering and allow them to have these opportunities, but the reason that we specifically need to highlight this is that a lot of the funding that is provided in the suicide prevention or for youth is limited in the amount of funding that each project or event could apply for, and I believe that's a $45,000 cap. But when we look at some of the recent events that were put on by youth in the territory, some of those were up into the lines of about $100,000, and particularly if we want to bring in youth from other communities, have them liaise with youth in the sister territories of Nunavut and Yukon. So to me, this was very important to not only ensure that there's the financial supports for it, but also the human resource supports, but also I think it's really important that it will show youth that our government actually cares. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services develop aftercare processes for persons discharged from hospitals and health centers following suicidal ideation and attempts to reduce suicide reattempts and loss of life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned when we were talking about the coroner's report, I have heard numerous times of people presenting at emergency rooms across the territory and either not even making it in to see anyone, given that it's not considered to be high in the priority list when you look at triages in an emergency room situation. The people working there are going to prioritize physical threats to life that are immediate, such as, injuries and wounds over mental health concerns. And I'm not saying that's right, but that is what is happening. I have heard again, I mentioned about a person being flown into Yellowknife and then being sent home again and just discharged from the hospital without ever having seen any psychiatrists or any social workers, provided with nothing as far as supports. It was on them to follow up when they did get back to their community in order to then get the follow-up appointments with the community counselors. To me, again, it is cruel that when people are showing up in a desperate state of help to our facilities, that our facilities are turning them away. The ER is not equipped to deal with mental health issues that present. The psych ward is full. We don't even have a youth psychiatric facility. I have constituents that have reported to me that their children as young as 12 have started to identify with them on suicidal ideation, and these aren't even what we would normally think of as the vulnerable youth that potentially get stereotyped as being the ones that are at risk. These are people, it's across all socioeconomic lines. And so as such, to me, it actually almost seems like a legal liability that we are sending people away who are at risk and not giving them any sort of follow-up. It's just actually quite mind-boggling, and it's actually very inhumane. And Madam Chair, I cannot stress this motion enough, and I hope it will be supported, and I hope the government will actually implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is something that we heard directly from youth. It's also something that I've spoken about numerous times in this House. On multiple occasions every year since being elected as the MLA of Cam Lake, I've received phone calls from families, particularly parents, who recount their experiences to me. And the consistent piece of information that I am told is that when their youth have gone to the hospital, there has been no effort to create a safety plan. There has been no follow-up, and there has been no feeling of support as they leave our hospital here in Yellowknife, and I can only speak to here in Yellowknife. This is a huge concern, and I look at this from the side that when somebody is sitting in front of us and we have the option of a second chance, we have to take that second chance. I have also had the privilege to sit next to somebody at Stanton who was given a second chance. And when the doctor came into the room to talk to them about what had happened to them, the questions that were asked of that person were, do you get enough sleep? Do you drink alcohol? And do you do drugs? And what a youth hears is, what are you doing wrong? In that instance, there was no attempt to support that youth before they turned and left the hospital. There was no attempt to give that child hope. And sometimes all a child needs is hope. So this is a very, very important recommendation, and I hope that the government is listening, and I hope to see, we need to see an appropriate response from the government to this recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services establish a youth and family addiction support and healing center in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, we've heard time and time again from this minister and department that why we can't have anything here in the territory, and it just isn't going to work. Well, when I look at youth who can hardly even sometimes have the ability to move on out of the territory to go to school, who are children that are moving to a positive situation, I don't even understand how we remotely think we should be sending our children away when they are in their most vulnerable position. We pay more attention to the kids going away on SFA and give them more supports than we do in our youth that are struggling. To me, this needs to be an Indigenous-led, an Indigenous government-led, community-led initiative, and it does not need to be clinical the way that the Department of Health and Social Services will try to make it, and it needs to stop being a money decision. We need to have people that are making decisions for patients and people in this territory that are doing so and making the best decision based on treatment options, not on what's the cheapest and how much it costs to send people places. So the only way that we're going to do that is by having a youth facility here and not have people have to go elsewhere or just send youth home and tell the parents that they have to cope with it. It's, again, all I can say about all of this is how shameful I find it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I know that this is a very big topic that we have heard about throughout the life of this Assembly. I know that there were questions asked today by the member for Yellowknife South on the floor of the House today, and that in response to one of those questions, we did hear that the Minister of Health and Social Services is working with Indigenous governments to find out what Indigenous governments would like to see. And so I really hope that within the response to this recommendation that we learn more about what is happening in those conversations, what timelines, if any, might be emerging from those conversations, and that we can really get a fulsome idea of what conversations are happening in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I look at this motion and I think about youth in Hay River and some of the issues that I've had to deal with as well. And again, we are talking about a very vulnerable population we're talking about, Indigenous youth and others as well. We're talking about poverty as well. But one thing we don't do is we don't seem to make this a priority. It has to be a priority. We're talking about life and death here, and for some reason I don't know why we can't get it through our heads that it's so important, and losing anyone else is just not something we should be looking at. And it always seems to come down to lack of funding, and this cannot be a deterrent. The lack of funding should never be a question or an excuse when we're dealing with youth in these situations. So I would hope that the government will really take a look at this and make sure that we have a process in place to keep youth safe, to make sure they get the help they need, and not use the lack of funding to be a deterrent. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for N.W.T.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. No, just want to urge our government. We do need support for our youth in our communities, and I've been standing on this side of the House and being able to try to get out for youth sport and stuff like that, different aspects for our youth to get out of our small communities. We need to help them. They're really, after, like I said, since COVID, this last 2 years out of COVID, our youth are really struggling. I see it every day because I live in a small community, and I really, the supports that we give her, it's not enough, and it's too much stress on our local community governments because they're having to take a lot of the weight. But I really urge our government to try to work with this side of the House to make a plan on a go forward for suicide prevention, a meaningful participation on both sides to make something be able to work for all of us, and something to be proud of, to support our youth in our small communities, which we need to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services expedite and streamline the application, approval, and reporting requirements for the Community Suicide Prevention Fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services expand the eligibility for projects under the Community Suicide Prevention Fund to include sports, arts, and recreational programming, culture, language, and on-the-land programming, and informal elder, respected community member, youth mentorships. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the things that we heard repeatedly as a committee, both in this work and as well, if anything, around addictions and such, is that the youth that have nothing to do when they're bored, that's when they're getting into trouble, and that's when they're finding themselves too wrapped up in their heads and what they're thinking and their emotions, and they need creative outlets and places to go that are safe spaces, that are free from the harmful influences of perhaps alcohol and drugs and the trauma that they have dealt with. And we've often talked a lot about sport here, but things like beading and traditional workshops and drumming, and as well, even just spending time with elders, is something that will occupy youth and will give them a sense of accomplishment and pride in themselves and what they're doing. And I think that goes a long way in preventing anybody from going down these mental health challenges. So I can't stress this one enough. Again, it comes down to flexibility, like the previous motion that we didn't speak to. But is that even the perception of hoops to jump through is at times the barrier to actually anyone applying. So however the government can go about in getting this to be the easiest and most possible sort of informal way to get money into the hands, and even if that's just a youth who says, I want to put on a potluck and I need, you know, $400 for some supplies. Like, I want us to see those types of programs, and anything really that youth come up with, I want to see us fund them. I mean, they know what they want and what they need, and we don't need to be telling them that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services increase the Community Suicide Prevention Fund to $1 million annually. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories develop a supportive community housing strategy focused on youth and youth aging out of care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a very important one. We heard from multiple youth who were involved in or are involved in the Child and Family Services system in care, or children who are not currently in care but who have been involved with the Child and Family Services system and are choosing to use shelters to access safe housing. There is currently no available one-bedrooms or bachelors type living options available in most of our communities in the Northwest Territories. And so when youth or youth who age out of care are looking for a place to live, a safe place to live, there aren't options out there. So youth often end up being in either visible or invisible homelessness situations. We in Yellowknife here are privileged enough to have the North's only youth shelter. And this shelter cannot serve all of the youth in Yellowknife that currently need a housing solution. And so a lot of our youth end up putting themselves into unsafe living situations, either I don't need to go into details here, Madam Chair. They end up putting themselves into unsafe situations. These unsafe situations often end up drastically reducing their quality of life, drastically having an impact on their hope, and also have an impact on their ability to access education, employment, and overall health. And so we need a housing strategy that specifically focuses on how we're going to support our youth so that we are not creating cycles of homelessness right off the bat. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank the young man that I have had the pleasure to get to know over the last while, who has really driven this situation and issue home for me. And honestly, I don't think I would have had the fortitude at the age of 16 to go out and advocate for myself that the way that this young man has. And when I look at the absolute lack of response to his situation, again, I come back to the word shameful. You know, my response to the inquiries that I got about him was that he could go to the youth shelter my colleague mentioned, or he could find himself a place to live. So basically, this 16-year-old, the impetus or the onus was on him to have to go and hit up all of his friends' parents to see if any one of them would take him in. And currently now he's in somewhat more of like a boarding home type situation, renting a room. But that was all on himself. to do that. And luckily for him, there was a family that decided that they wanted to help advocate for him, and then ended up finding him a place. But again, very less than ideal. He still has to do all of his own planning and advocacy for himself. He has to daily liaise with his social worker to get things like internet so that he can, do his schoolwork. He's an athlete. He has to do all of his own fundraising and trying to find his way to tournaments, and he has a promising future there. And really, it's been mind-boggling to me, the hurdles that even myself as an adult trying to help him, I've been not able to really do anything. And it's very dismissive when the government comes back and washes their hands of things that are affecting our youth. Sometimes I can accept that when I'm coming to them and I'm saying, I want to talk about this road, or I want to talk about this power plant. But when we're talking about our youth and our children, and that's the response that we get from this government, I have to say, Madam Chair, I'm not sure how sometimes people sleep at night. I don't, knowing that this is happening and that young women are having to choose to go on Tinder to find places to stay because the shelter is full. That's what my colleague didn't want to allude to, but that's what's happening. And I look at myself and I think back to myself at the age of 16 and how naive and stupid I was, and we're putting it on them to find the solutions. It's shameful. And I really hope that the people listening are actually going to take this, what we're saying here, and do something with it, because I don't actually see anybody in the room listening to it from that department. So therefore, hopefully the people that are behind the scenes listening to it are actually listening to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment review and amend the Career and Education Advisor job description to recruit Indigenous persons in these positions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Education, Culture and Employment make the guidelines for ensuring LGBTQ+ equity, safety and inclusion in the Northwest Territories schools training mandatory in Northwest Territories schools. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize that I seem to be speaking a lot, but this is a topic that just really touches my heart, and honestly one I feel that we can't give enough attention to. When I look at what is going on for LGBTQ youth, and I apologize for not using the longer acronym, but I don't have it in front of me, not only are many of them facing issues around their own orientation and sexuality, but oftentimes if they are Indigenous, they are also facing racism. And this is creating even more of a marginalized and vulnerable group. I was very heartened when I first came to Yellowknife. For such a small town in the far north, I had an expectation that it would be a lot less tolerant. And I did find that I was surprised 15, 16 years ago to see the vibrant community here. However, since then, I have realized that that is a lot mainly centered and focused here in Yellowknife. And as such, I'm not sure that that advocacy and that support exists for our youth who are of a non-binary or and sorry, I'm trying to be respectful in how I phrase things, but I'm very tired. So I think that if we don't make specific policies and have specific conversations and discussion around people that are experiencing this violence or whatever discrimination as a result of their orientation, it won't get talked about. We can talk about a lot of other areas. We talk about race a lot, things like that. But this is an area that still not given the attention that is needed, and until we are in a place where it is mainstream to all of our work, it does need to have its own specific attention paid to it. And really, this will save the lives of our youth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And for anybody listening, I just wanted to acknowledge that while our report in full does use the 2S LGBTQIPA+ acronym, that it isn't used here in this motion because the motion refers to a specific course name. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Municipal and Community Affairs increase funding for the Youth Centres Initiative to a maximum of $100,000 for each recipient to ensure that youth have positive and safe spaces to be free of alcohol, drugs, and violence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Sorry. Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report in 120 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's not very often we actually comment on the last motion of our reports, given that it's just a timing thing. But I wanted to speak to this because what committee did was committee tabled in the fall sitting a suicide prevention motion, and that was our first of a series of actions in response to the coroner's report. This report is our second action in response to the coroner's report. And what we were doing is the tools that were at our fingertips that we felt could hopefully have immediate responses and have a positive impact on supporting Northerners and preventing suicide and suicidal ideation harm in the Northwest Territories. And some of the recommendations within this report are things that we would like to see done before the 120 days. 120 days actually takes us to the very last sitting of the 19th Legislative Assembly, which is in August. And one of the things that we've called for example, is a youth-led youth conference in the Northwest Territories. So while we've requested a response within 120 days, I hope that we can start to see some action from this far before that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of committee report 50-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We've concluded consideration of committee report 50-19 brackets 2. Strengthening community supports, lifting youth voices, recommendations on suicide prevention. And then we'll Committee, we've agreed to consider Committee Report 47-19 brackets 2, Homelessness Prevention, Supporting Pathways to Housing N.W.T residents. I will go to the Chair of Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the committee's report was read into the record on March 7th, 2023. The Standing Committee on Social Development focused our study on homelessness prevention. Homelessness prevention targets policies, practices, and interventions that prevent a person from experiencing homelessness or reducing the risk of homelessness reoccurring. The Northwest Territories is facing an unprecedented housing crisis directly connected to a rising number of people experiencing homelessness throughout the territory. And in this territory, the consequences of homelessness are deadly serious and life-threatening. That's why this work needed to happen, Madam Chair. Despite this work being personally challenging for both the committee and those who had the courage to share their experiences with us to make this report stronger. I would like to thank every person who shared their lived experience with this committee. From May to December 2022, more than 165 people came forward to give their perspectives. People engaged in community meetings, private meetings, in-camera presentations, written submissions, and an anonymous survey, Madam Chair. Committee took two approaches to this report, a homelessness prevention approach and a trauma-informed approach. The recommendations put forward by this committee are intended to support pathways out of homelessness and toward being safely housed, as well as recommendations to prevent or reduce the experience of homelessness in the future. Madam Chair, each person in the N.W.T deserves the dignity of a home. Through a culturally safe, coordinated, all-of-territory approach, it is possible to prevent homelessness. A collective response requires all to step forward and work toward housing all community members. Individual members may have comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 47-19, brackets 2. Member for Tabacha.
This homelessness prevention, supporting pathways to housing N.W.T residents is extremely important to my riding. We don't have a homeless shelter, and we made every attempt to address the individual needs of people that are homeless, and not one of those cases came out positive. It goes on deaf ears. How many point systems could you take to make a change? It's not about that at all. It's about making sure that people are not sleeping on mattresses. There was an elder that was kicked out just before Christmas with a daughter and sleeping on mattresses and couch surfing. And the house is still all boarded up and locked up. Then you have the other elder who was in a tornado and he has to pay the highest rate ever because now, and he has medical problems. And now recently, I have two students who are trying to make a better life after, and were in addictions, and they're young people. They already have 3 children, and they have one on the way, and they're on a waiting list because now they're rated on a point system. Homelessness is an extremely important issue within the Northwest Territories, and I'm speaking only on behalf of the people of Fort Smith, because I don't know what happens everywhere else, but I'm sure it's everywhere. And I don't see a lot of change. I've been here now, well, we're in our final year, last 6 months, and positive change has not happened. And I'm very concerned about the way the files were dealt with. We have to go through this, we've got to go through that, and then you never hear. In fact, I had to run down the hall today a couple of times just to get an answer, and it's a negative answer again. Madam Chair, homelessness, no matter who it is, whether it be a youth, a single parent, family members, a whole family, it's a major, major issue. And if you don't, how could you fix anything in society if you don't have a home or someplace you call that is your own? And And with that, I think about all these things, and we have to do better. You can do 20 strategies. I don't care how many strategies anybody does, but common sense sometimes prevails. Common sense and making a decision and showing leadership. Sometimes I don't see that. And as a former chief, and I've been in politics now. This will be my 18th year, and saw many things. It concerns me that these issues we're talking about now are unbelievable. I saw a lot of different situations when I was at Salt River, and I see the broader situation now that I've come here and listened to some of my colleagues. Like Jackie, and like everybody around this table, and I'm sure even across the aisle. It's a sad situation when we're talking about this in this day and age and the country that we live in, Canada. One of the best countries in the world, they say. Yet we're sending all this money off to other countries to make sure that they're okay, but they don't look after our own. And that really concerns me. And I'm very concerned about the homelessness situation in the territories, and I will continue to advocate on behalf of the people that don't have a home within Fort Smith, the broader South Slave, and the N.W.T. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if we have more housing in small communities, there would not be any homeless issue. And if housing policy, it's a housing policy that created a lot of homelessness too as well. There's if you go to our warming shelter in Bichico, many of those people are there because of the housing policy. So it's the housing policy. If housing policy was fixed, we wouldn't have this issue. But if we have, all we need is more housing. And another one too is that for young people, okay, there's no support for young people who are between the age 18 and 19. Like once they turn 18, federal government child tax cuts off. They're legally adults. And so they're not eligible for income assistance. So what do we do with those young people? And so only when they turn 19, they are eligible. And we have young people who age out of youth in care. I know quite a few of those young people. They're good young people. They are trying their best. They want to get out of the system. They don't want to be part of the child welfare system. They're working really hard. But sometimes because there's no safe place for them to live, they have no choice. Like some of them, they get stuck in an unwanted relationship. And so it shouldn't be like that. And it just seems like we don't have no program and services in place for these young people. We need more housing for these young people. Like I have quite a few in my constituents that are couch surfing, and they apply for income support because they don't have a room. They were denied. The family that are looking after them were denied income assistance. Everything costs money. And here we were talking about carbon tax yesterday, and the fuel costs money to heat the home. So, and groceries, the cost of living. But some of these people, they love those kids, so they're helping them in kind. But they do need the assistance. And this is where we are failing some of our young people. It is really sad, because some of these young people, they are working really hard. They don't want to be part of the system. They want to beat the system. So they are working hard to be in school every day so that they can move on with their life, so they can do something better, later on. They want to graduate from high school. But we're holding them back because we don't have all these systems in place for them. Some of them are stuck, and they're making choices that, that they don't want to make. And a lot of them are in a relationship that they shouldn't be in. And they're putting themselves at risk. And that's why a lot of these, some of those people that are helping them, they are trying their best to help them. And I know of a family that are doing that. They are helping these young girls and young boys so they don't have to get stuck in the system, so that, get them to move on in life. We all want best for our youth. So if we have more program and services, just like, if we have more program and services for them, some of these issues, will be dealt with. And more houses, they have a safe place to live, to sleep at night. They don't have to worry about where they're going to be going for tonight. And it's not just in my region, it's in other regions as well, and especially in YELLOWKNIFE too, So we hear all kinds of horror stories from young people of what is going on out there. So I think this is the recommendation that we are making. It's good, and I will continue advocating for our young people and for many of our vulnerable in my community and in the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you. General comments? Member for Nunakput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just a highlight on what Ms. Jane Whalen Armstrong saying. We're having the same issues in my riding. A lot of like couch surfing, people struggling, and again, it's the weather is not forgiving. It's cold where I'm from. In regards to shortage of houses, shortage of everything, family taking care of family. Some units have 10 to 15 people, 5-bedroom units. This is not a joke. We have to try to fix this issue. It's not only the government, but it's our own land claim group too. We have to work together to try to get units put in, and the safety of young girls and safety of young men, because they got nowhere to go. And people that, what Madam Chair, as well as I do, anytime we go to somebody's house, they always make sure you eat. And we're blessed to be able to do that, and in our communities, that we try to take care of one another. But people are getting stretched so thin, and we need to help them. They need help, and we're here as 19 members here in this house that could make so much difference for the betterment of the people that we represent. And I really think that I really hope they're listening on this and try to work with us on this to get it sorted out before we're done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
General comments? This committee, seeing no further comments. Member for Kamloops, members, we're going to take a break before we start the motions. Committee, I'll call Committee of the Whole back to order. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories establish a youth housing fund by the 2023-2024 fiscal year with sustainable multi-year funding available to Indigenous governments and non-governmental organizations to purchase, operate, and manage safe housing for children and youth in care. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. Just one moment. The motions are being distributed. You have no motions either? All right. Motion is no. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services create an Indigenous Child and Family Services Navigator position dedicated to youth who are aging out of care, find stable housing, and other supports. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs lead an all-of-government approach to ensuring all children and youth have access to sports with increased funding, subsidies, and vouchers for sports equipment and registration fees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the things I wanted to point out here is this is not, I know that we asked for an all-of-government approach, but I also wanted to talk about the role that education, culture, and employment plays within this. One thing that happens is that families who are on income assistance don't necessarily receive, or sorry, do not from ECE receive subsidies for children that they have for sports, recreation, arts, any kind of extracurricular like that. This is a huge disadvantage to these children and youth whose families are using the income assistance program. What I know for sure is that what is referenced is that there are programs out there through Sport North that children can take advantage of. But I've helped families fill out that application form. It is a lot of information that's already available and in income assistance, and is a huge administrative burden for families. So I'm wondering if, as part of this as well, really would like the government to be able to look at how to streamline that process so that families that are on income assistance can also easily access funds to get their kids into sports programs as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what my colleague has said, and for me, coming back to the young man and the youth that I was speaking about before, you know, in trying to help him access funding for tournaments and such, often some of these things just don't fit into either what the Indigenous organization that he belongs to, what they need to have happen, whatever the government will provide for. And where I see sort of an example of this is if it's a tournament or one where it's not like an invite or a team that's going from the territory and the youth wants to go by themselves because there's going to be, you know, athletic scouts there. They've taken it upon themselves to get themselves invited to this tournament or to be involved with it, and finding that they don't have access to funds for it. And these are the children, especially the fact that, or the youth, sorry, that they are taking the initiative themselves and have a bright future. They have a goal they're working towards. So I think making it flexible for them to be able to determine that that's how they want to get, or that's where they want to get money for, then I think that would be a very, very good thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunakput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just thinking about the motion here, that I think some of the youth that I have in my communities are really, really, really athletic and really resilient little sports, especially for hockey. I have some really good little hockey players in Polituck and Sax and outshore communities, but for them to go play hockey into Inuvik, for say, for the Gwich'in Cup or the IRC Cup, it's like probably maybe $1,400 return ticket. So stuff like that, like a charter going into the community, could be up to about $12,000 to $15,000, and it's really hard for my youth to do stuff like that. So any opportunities that they do get, something like this would really help a lot of families and get a lot of youth out and get them wanting to work harder to strive better, I guess, and to excel in the sport, in any sports, cross country skiing, biathlon, all that stuff. But I'm really happy this is being brought forward because our youth really need it in our communities. And it's not only my riding, but I know all other small communities in the north, something like this is really going to work. And if we did this, it's going to go a long way to help families that are not, I guess, privileged enough, like people on income support and stuff like that, and youth getting excited for something to get out of the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, Member for Mumfway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think this is really good. It's good for our young people, especially some young people who are into high performance sports. And I know there are some youth that go to Yellowknife, and some of these parents, they need funding to transport, to go to Yellowknife. It costs money to come to Yellowknife and wait for your child while the child plays sports. And it's not just that only, but hockey equipments, I know quite a few years ago there was lots of hockey players, and now we don't have that many. And I know that hockey equipments, they are expensive to maintain, to buy. And if we have more sports program in the communities, we know youth are going to be busy and they're going to be, they're going to stay out of trouble, because I can tell you that in my community, we were without sports complex for about almost 10 years. And there's a group of kids that grew up without having that facility in place. And many of these youth, the only sports activities that they had access to was at the school. So there's a school volleyball. So all the kids sign up, volleyball, soccer. That's what kept our young people busy. So you can see the impact of those youth missing out that 10 years, when we were without sportsplex. So I think this is really good, because so people, families, single parents, two-income family, because of the high cost of living, and some of them are not able to buy these equipments. So it's going to help families. So I really do like this motion, and I do support it too as well. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to sports, when I was younger, one of the things that I guess that really helped me out was, playing hockey, I guess, was the big thing. And it kept me busy. Plus, the other thing, it got me a job at the arena, so it helped me make money. But, it kept me active. It kept me healthy. I didn't, it kept me away from cigarettes. It kept me away from alcohol. And when I see youth today, everything is so fast-paced, and sometimes I think they just don't know where to turn. They don't, and everybody's so busy, nobody has the time to really talk to them. And sports is one area where they can, I think that they can, compete against themselves, compete against others, and get motivated. It provides them with a really healthy lifestyle. And we talk about health here, and we talk about the cost of health and all the issues, and that's taken away because the other day I was thinking about myself is that I help people out, when they got problems, when they can't get medical travel and that. And I was thinking, I've never used medical travel for anything, and other people around here probably the same thing. And so it provides that healthy lifestyle. And I see them, taking that further. They end up being role models for other youth. They end up being role models, I think, as they get older, and for their children as well. So I think that anything we can do to provide support and funding, and I want to go back to to my favorite subject, which is the Hay River Ski Club. Like they have quite a few members there, and we're talking about skiing and biathlon and snowshoeing and that, and the amount of work that is done there to support them. It's all volunteers, but the youth that I see there, and in the last 3 weekends, I think in Hay River, they've just been busy. It's always been ads on there, and the number of youth that go through it and that participate really benefit. It benefits youth. It benefits, I think, families and parents as well. So I think that anything we can do to support youth when it comes to sports is a big plus. If we really want to make a change, I think that's a great way to start. And so, yeah, I'm for the motion, and thank you for that.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories establish a women's housing fund by the 2023-2024 fiscal year that provides sustainable, multi-year funding to Indigenous governments and nonprofit organizations to purchase, operate, and manage housing for women and their children who are at risk of violence or have experienced violence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it is a fact that the Northwest Territories is second only to Nunavut as far as being the territory or province with the highest rate of family violence in Canada. That is still very relevant in our entire territory. We also have a lot of communities that rely quite heavily on public housing across the territory. And our public housing still has a community residency policy where people need to live in a community for a designated period of time before they can even put their name on a wait list to then wait for housing. And what this means is that somebody who is in another community potentially cannot put their name on another community's wait list to flee family violence. I know that the minister has said on the floor of this House before that they could go and talk to their local LHO and maybe check a box and be willing to have their name put on a wait list in their own community. The problem with that is that we live in a very small north. We live in a small territory where we all know one another, and somebody might be expected then to disclose to a family member, an extended family member, or in an unsafe way that they are experiencing family violence, and that puts them in further harm. And so I think it's really important that we have safe places where women and children who are most predominantly impacted by family violence can go and be safe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the pieces that I just wanted to point out here that's, I think, super key is the sustainable multi-year piece. And that, again, comes back to everything that we just continuously hear from any of the organizations that receive government funding, that the uncertainty from year to year to year about getting funding actually causes more of a cost to them than it would if they just had it for a few years, in the sense of a cost for the capacity to report or to reapply, but also just even that uncertainty always adds an additional cost to it because you don't know for sure. So you can't plan ahead and be more efficient with your time and your money. So that I thought was a very key piece. And one of the things that as we traveled for this work, we went into a few communities, and I've heard from others that, it's just a matter of the physical space. And this has even come up around arts, everything. Oftentimes it comes down to is that people just need a space to do something. And in this instance, there seems to be people that are out there that are motivated, they know where they can get their funding to operate, they have ideas, they've got dedicated people that want to work on it and solve the problem, but they just can't get a house. They can't get a place in a building. And I think the more that we as a government and my colleagues on the other side can just provide these spaces, it will follow. Build it and they can come, I guess, for lack of a better way. I think if we can provide the spaces, the communities and the people themselves will ensure they're filled and will ensure that they're being run in the manner that they're intended to. So for me, ultimately, within the next while, I would love to see that there be a shelter for women and children in every single community in the Northwest Territories, whether that just be a small one-bedroom home that they can go to that is considered to be a safe house. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services lead the development of 2SL LGBTQIPA+ guidelines for emergency shelters, transitional housing, and nonprofit organizations providing housing and homelessness prevention supports by the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the previous motion, this one is very important and it does need to be addressed in that this is a marginalized group of people that are not always even going to be able to access or feel comfortable accessing traditional supports that might be in place. I have heard as well from people that were renting places or were about to sign leases and things and then made the sort of innocuous comment of, as a woman, my wife will be coming, and then finding out all of a sudden they no longer have that lease and that there really is still a degree of prejudice happening in our rental market, and particularly because there is no vacancies, landlords and I want to say the word luxury, but they can be more picking and choosing of who they have in their spaces. And one of the ways that they are determining this, from what I hear, is based at times on sexual orientation and not being of a binary gender. So to me, this is a suicide prevention piece that's so important, as well as a homeless prevention piece, because these are people that are at higher risk and a greater degree of suicidal ideation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Justice increase funding to the Men's Healing Fund to support regional healing programs for the holistic health and well-being of men. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the work that committee did, I'm sure people have noticed by now that not everything in this report is solely focused on housing. In a lot of this work, we wanted to be preventative and wanted to go upstream, and so we can't have a motion that speaks to safe housing in regards to family violence without going upstream as well and ensuring that healing is also supported there. And so that's what this really speaks to. And I look forward to seeing the government's response on this. I know that this has been an issue for both the 18th and 19th Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I have to say that I struggle at times with the conversation around, women's rights or things for families and women and children, because we are moving away as a society from the traditional binary role or idea of there being only two genders, or even people being gendered to begin with. And so I find sometimes that it ends up being that we're so hyper-focused on one group, we're kind of losing intent of that everybody needs help, and any support that's there for one person that might fit some demographic will also help another person, even if they're in a different demographic. And one of the things that really struck me is when I traveled at one point into Fort Simpson, I sat with a man at the Learning Center who spoke to me about how he felt that he was no longer, or not even no longer, sorry, that he felt that he wasn't supported, and that in the conversation around women and everything that has come in the last few decades, that the conversation around men then stalled. It again became a very polarized conversation. If we're going to promote women, then we're not doing this for men. But really, we need to start talking about people and humans and everybody, and not being focused on what they identify as or what it must be. So yes, like my colleague said, if we're going to support people in our group, we have to support everybody. And the reason I think the Men's Healing Fund is so important is as society changes, we only have certain role models that we grew up with that show us how we're supposed to be in our relationships and as members of society. And with such a drastic change that we've seen in a while, a lot of people, I think, are generally lost about what they're supposed to be doing. The role model that was held up to them as being what they were supposed to aspire to be as children is, we have now said as a society, is not necessarily valid or not one that we want any further as women's issues advance. And as a result of that, I think men have become lost. And how do they become, how do they show emotion? How do they show feeling when as children they were told that men don't cry? Be a man, be strong and stoic. And so I really feel that this is a piece that's key and critical, because if we don't heal all of us, we're not going to be able to heal our society. So I strongly support this and hope that it is one that will be taken up by the government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Tabacha.
I'm going to make a short comment. In my previous role, I saw a lot of abuse that occurred to men also. And I think that this is a really important motion. There's also the reverse, okay? It's not only women that are abused within society in a home life. I saw both sides of the abuse that could happen, and sometimes it could be pretty awful. And so I really support this particular motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion, member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I like this motion too as well. It's a good motion that's going to help men helping each other. It's not just men, but there's other young men too as well who needs help and support. So, but the study shows that it's the girls and women that suffer the most. But I have heard many times from others as well that men do need help as well. We got to focus on men, so that way, if they get the help that they need, then their relationship with their loved ones might improve. So which is true, So I heard that statement many times too when I was on the Native Women's Association as well. And so I really do like this, because there are a lot of young boys, that are suffering too in silence, and sometimes they don't know who to turn to for help, because some of them are in single parent household and they don't have a good role model. And these programs like this, Men's Healing Fund or Men's Healing Support Group, is really beneficial, especially in small communities. It's like a big brother program, but they work with each other. It's a group. So I really do like this, and it's good for the well-being and the health of our young boys, young men. So I really do support this. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Member for Nunakput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief, yeah, it's really good to hear that if something like this gets through, we tend just not to do anything for the men and our young men that do need help in our communities for support. And I'm really happy, thankful for the members that brought this forward, and I am in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Great Slave. Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories complete Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action number 21 and secure substantive federal funding for Northwest Territories Indigenous Healing Centre to support Indigenous individuals who have been harmed and or traumatized by the Indian residential school system, 60s scoop, and other acts of colonization. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Health and Social Services expedite the application, approval, and reporting requirement process of the On the Land Healing Fund to uphold Indigenous governments and organizations' self-determination and ensure allocation of annual funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories take an all-of-government approach to providing sustainable multi-year funding for emergency shelters, transitional housing with wraparound sobriety and mental health supports, and supported living housing with managed alcohol and harm reduction programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
I'll keep it short. I just wanted to say that we have seen examples of these types of programs working. The Women's Society doing the Spruce Bough program, the YWCA. I'm so excited for their family center to finally be open again, which will then replicate some of what was lost during the Rock Hill fire, which is really the model you want to see, is that people don't need to travel to get services. They can help each other out. There's supports and education pieces right in the building that they're living in. It's just wonderful, the things that they can do. And so I think, again, the multi-year piece is very important for that peace of mind for these NGOs that they can continue. I am aware that at times NGOs have not bid on RFPs that have come out from the government because they're not sure that the rest of their programming is going to be sustainable or funded for the next year, so they can't take the risk on taking on more work in the event that it doesn't, their current funding doesn't pan out again. So I can't say enough for how important this type of infrastructure is. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Sorry. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories work with Indigenous governments and the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to establish an Indigenous housing fund that will provide Indigenous governments and/or Indigenous non-governmental organizations financial support to purchase, operate, and manage housing aimed at Indigenous individuals and families. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories work with Indigenous governments, architects, engineers, and other professionals to develop a suite of Indigenous-led, climate change responsive designs for emergency shelters, transitional housing, affordable housing, housing for seniors, and housing for those with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one speaks to me clearly, reference to engineering. One of the things that was shown in the past was that as more women entered the field of engineering, design and such changed to then accommodate things that women thought of that were needed in areas that had not been before. And one of those is the examples is having a mirror in the driver's side panel that flips down. Before it was always on the passenger side with the assumption that women were always the ones as passengers. And so as you have more people of a diverse nature being involved in different professions, you see those professions change and evolve and become more inclusive of society. Until I'm sure somebody with a disability came into an organization, people didn't really think about the fact that they couldn't walk up those stairs or that curb was prohibitive. And I think the same thing is here. And as an engineer who operated not in the building sciences but in the north, it never occurred to me things like that there was a need for a utility-style room in which to dry food, to make dry meat, things like that. I would never know that coming into a business, and most of my colleagues would not either. And so I think there's a real unique opportunity here for people to, really do some creative and innovative design. And all it really takes, I think, because engineers, we're nerds. We like to do things neat and fun and cool, and we're very open to listening to a lot of different things and inputs, because that's how we optimize our designs and our projects. So to me, this is really cool, because I think we could end up having these really innovative type communities where, even the circle and having the communal center in the middle, and then having smaller, the houses around, having that utility room, even something such as some of the cooking that's done by Indigenous people, as my colleague explained, produces more condensation inside the apartment because there's a lot more of a boiling and things going on and such. And I don't think that's something that your average Southern, non-Indigenous engineer, architect, or whatever is going to think of when it comes time to building science. So I think this is such a neat thing and a really great way that, to ensure that the money and projects that we are spending and developing will then actually work for our people and stop imposing sort of these Southern ideas on it. So I'm excited for this one and I really support it. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Question.
Okay. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories meet its commitment to develop an all-of-government homelessness prevention strategy by April 2023. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Oh, okay. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Department of Education, Culture and Employment partner with the Northern private sector, non-governmental organizations, and Indigenous governments to develop one-year lease agreements and rental assistance payments to accommodate private sector lease requirements to support housing partnerships and increase access to affordable housing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories amend the collection policy and forgive any arrears up to $30,000 for Indian residential school survivors as an act of reconciliation before the end of the 19th Assembly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories implement the principles of the collections policy and develop a strategy by the 2023-2024 fiscal year to forgive arrears that cannot be collected despite demonstrated effort. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. I'm just hearing somebody saying no more strategies, and so I want to be clear. This is not a plan to make a plan. This is just how are you going to deal with this and do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I also just think this is a great idea for our people. I also think that there is an economic benefit to forgiving people's debt. And I've mentioned it here before. We've heard the conversation in the U.S. around forgiving of student loans and how that will actually help with stimulating economy because money that would then be spent on interest and principal payments will then be back into the economy and being spent by, being spent by people. And I'm always struck by how the communities operate from what I see anyway, is that anytime someone is doing well or has the ability to help, they do. So, you know, if people here are having their arrears forgiven and they're no longer paying towards a debt, I don't think they're going to turn around and take this extra money and run off to Cancun for a vacation. They're going to turn around and help the people around them that are struggling. And so to me, this will have actually more of a ripple effect in that sense, because I know people are out there taking care of each other. And we've talked about how we're even at times, taking care of people. We've all helped people we probably have not even ever met. And so, I think that that's a piece that needs to be recognized here. It's not just removing this debt, but it's also then the power of the money that will no longer be going towards this government debt. And then there's the saving on administration fees of people having to spend time going after these people and trying to collect when it seems to be quite futile. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion, Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something going down this path would be so good in regards to having our, the elders that were affected by a residential school in the 60s scoop. Something like this would go a long way, really meaningful, and I'm in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's great to say that we want to forgive debt. Where do we cut it off at, I guess, is going to be the question. So, I really don't have any hope that, we're really going to, any of this is actually going to come to fruition. But if it does, well, I guess what I'd like to see is that we need to, if we're going to forgive it, we need to know how we got there as well. Like what put us in that position? And how can we stop from getting in that position again? Putting the government in the position and putting the people as well in that position. Otherwise, it could be just a cycle that repeats itself, and somehow we have to make sure that we deal with the root cause as well. Thank you.
To the motion, Member for Montfouille.
Madam Chair, this is good because I've always been, bringing up arrears, and I do support the forgiveness of arrears for residential school and other people as well. But in my writing, there are some, probably just not in my writing, it's probably all over in the Northwest Territories with a mortgage as well. There are some residential school survivors who are in their 70s. They still have mortgage payment from the N.W.T housing mortgage program. Some of them were refinanced, and their pension they're paying their mortgage through their pension and it's being garnished, and their income tax are being garnished as well. So, I'm getting phone calls today, like this, because income tax season is going to be over on April 1st, and there's a lot of those clients that are being garnished, and most of them are the residential school survivor. They would like to see their income tax. Some of them have said they haven't seen their income tax for many years because it's being collected by the N.W.T. Housing Corporation through their garnishing their income tax. So I do like this. This is a start, and I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories eradicate the community residency policy and update the public housing point rating system with community membership as an additional factor with corresponding points and significant weight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion, member for Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say I found this one to be a shock when I realized that someone who is homeless has to be considered to be somewhere in order to qualify for a house. And the funny part about that was, or funny, I shouldn't say funny, but if I don't laugh, I'll cry, was that at times while I was, advocating for someone in this position, I got a response from the department that was, well, they left town. We heard they were in Yellowknife, and therefore, their position on the list, whatever. And I was like, but they don't have a home. So if you don't have a home, and how can the government be penalizing you for not being in the location that they think you should be in while you sit and wait? And in this instance, this person had been waiting for 5 years and only finally got a home through the Indigenous organizations and such, not through the housing corporations. So when I hear things like that, this just to me is a no-brainer. Let's put the residency issue to the side and just make that a point system that just adds into everything. Don't make two things happen at once. So I'm not explaining myself well, but thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that Housing Northwest Territories develop a first right of refusal clause in leasing agreements to ensure family members of tenants receive the first opportunity to lease a public housing unit before the unit goes to market. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. We heard about this a lot in our travels to communities, and what spurred this motion is there are families who have lived in public housing units for decades. And unfortunately, when an elder who is the leaseholder passes away, their children and grandchildren and nieces and nephews who live in that unit with them and have spent their entire lives calling that unit home find themselves homeless and at the bottom of a housing wait list because they are not the leaseholder and they have no claim to that home. And so this motion is calling on a mechanism for those family members that have called that unit home for decades and for their entire lives, a way to be able to add themselves to the lease and continue living in that home. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To the motion, member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do support this motion because we do have a lot of, if you go to our warming shelter, you will see some of the family members who lost their house after parents passed because their name is not on the lease. And that policy created a lot of homelessness in many of the small communities in the Northwest Territories. And we even hear about it, not just in our riding, but in other region, other community as well, because parents are aging and these are their forever home. And even, did a member statement on it yesterday as well, because when these family are moved, who lived in those houses for over 30 years, there's emotion attached to that unit. That's their house. That's where they raised their family. That's where the grandkids were raised too as well. So I support this motion because of we don't have this there, and family who lived in that house for so many years, we're making them go through another trauma, and that has to stop. So therefore, I do support this motion that it ends there. Thank you.
To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report in 120 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of committee report 47-19 brackets 2? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of committee report 47-19 brackets 2, homelessness prevention, supporting pathways to housing N.W.T residents. What is the wish of committee? Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Is in order and non-debatable. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 68, an act to amend the Child Daycare Act. Table document 694-19(2), Committee Report 50-19(2), Committee Report 47-19(2), and would like to report progress with 29 motions passed, and that Table document 694-19(2) and Committee Report 50-19(2) and Committee Report 47-19(2) are concluded, and that Bill 68 is ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Member for N.W.T. Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Cam Lake, all those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Hay River North, that Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday during Committee of the Whole's review of Bill 60, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act, I had too much to say and ran out of time, so I am thankful for this added time. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that increasing the cost of living for N.W.T. residents is not what we want. But that is not why we are here. This bill does not decide if we want a carbon tax or not. The federal government imposed the carbon tax on January 1st, 2019, and only the federal government can choose to get rid of the carbon tax. This bill is to decide who will administer the carbon tax revenues in the N.W.T. Our choices are either the N.W.T. through Bill 60 or the federal government through a federal backstop. In a published letter from the N.W.T. Chamber of Commerce in regards to Bill 60, they stated, quote, "The N.W.T. boasted in 2019 its cost of living rebate program could see some residents receiving more than they spent on increased energy prices. However, the feds have now moved the goalposts, hiking national carbon pricing targets for 2023 to 2030. And Ottawa has closed the loophole and will prohibit carbon tax rebates that directly offset, reduce, or negate the impact of the carbon tax. With operating costs for N.W.T. businesses increasing after the carbon tax rebate on heating fuel is removed, logic dictates that some or all of those costs will be passed to consumers. Does the federal government not understand there are no economically viable energy alternatives currently available here? Does it not understand the damage that will be caused to the private business sector and the overall economy if the N.W.T. can't be exempt from the proposed changes from the bill?" End quote. Viable alternative energies, while not in the bill itself, is a critical part of this conversation. We are being taxed for using old infrastructure through an energy monopoly, a tax that wants to force us to make better choices. But better choices or energy alternative options don't exist in the Northwest Territories. The tax shows the reality that those making the decisions at the federal level do not understand the realities of life north of 60. The big city privilege assumes that we have alternative energies we simply are ignoring. This is not the case, and this government, along with the federal government, needs to work together to make alternative energy solutions affordable and accessible in the north. This means realistic cost-sharing agreements and applicable criteria that reflect northern realities. This also means the N.W.T. needs to review its and NTPC policies to support alternative energy solutions. Mr. Speaker, on one hand we have Bill 60, where the N.W.T. administers carbon tax. Regular members have negotiated revenue sharing for community governments for this year, along with the regional cost of living offsets depending on where residents live. But the revenue sharing is not in legislation and does not include small and medium business, NGOs, or Indigenous governments. This means there is no guarantee that the next government will continue the precedent, for example, of revenue sharing with community governments. On the other hand, there is the option to vote down Bill 60, and the federal backstop kicks in and the federal government will administer the carbon tax. From what I have seen, it appears the federal government does not want to administer carbon tax revenues and in other jurisdictions, like the Yukon, they have implemented backstops similar to what some of us are requesting through committee work. Cost of living offsets, revenue sharing, and reporting. But we can't say for sure what the federal government will do come April 1st, because they have refused to share with the N.W.T. what the federal backstop will look like. Mr. Speaker, we are in what feels like a no-win situation. I want a G&WT administered carbon tax with law that requires all carbon tax revenues to be rebated to households, businesses, community governments, Indigenous governments, and non-governmental organizations, along with clauses that address accounting and annual reporting expectations. But because the current bill does not speak to revenue sharing once tabled, this information cannot be added to the bill that is before us today and would be deemed out of scope. So I am being asked to choose between something I don't like and that asks me to trust not this, but every future cabinet of the G&WT or an unknown federal backstop. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. I trust Minister Wozniak. She has made great efforts in the past couple of months to try to find ways to collaborate with committee within the unfortunately too narrow scope of the bill. This minister is an incredibly smart person who has proven herself capable and worthy of her role, and I trust her heart. But, Mr. Speaker, could I stand in this House and say that I trust every minister equally? No, I could not. Could I stand in this House today and say that I trust every minister that is elected by future assemblies? No, I could not. It is our job to pass legislation that can stand without us. So while I trust Minister Wozniak, I cannot say that I trust who may serve after her and make revenue sharing decisions on behalf of the Department of Finance in the future. Yesterday in Committee of the Whole, the Minister was sincere and clear in her attempts to make reparations with committee, and I sincerely appreciated this. The Minister indicated that she would like to find a way to bring forward some type of regulation or legislation that documents revenue sharing, and I appreciate this. But, Mr. Speaker, as I read from the 18th Assembly Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the carbon tax bills, the similarity of feedback from the 18th and 19th Assemblies was glaring. Much of the same concerns were raised in the last Assembly. And here I was, standing in front of a different minister, but the same department who again brought forward a mirror image bill that does not address any of the concerns raised and did not make attempt to address any of them in the 19th Assembly's bill. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this legislation does not have a statutory review clause, meaning it could continue as legislation without review or opportunity for review for as long as the government chose. And because the amendments I want to see deal with money, proposed amendments can't even come from this side of the House. I would like ministers and the G&WT to learn from my words today. I am not supporting Bill 60 because of the government's missed opportunity to open a committee report tabled in the previous Assembly that discussed the same topic with the same concerns and the same unwelcome response. This bill was just as contentious in the 18th Assembly, and no effort was made to amend the bill, to improve the bill, or learn from what happened last time, and history repeated itself. So how can I believe that now things will be different? Committee reports are the words of stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, the residents of the Northwest Territories, and need to be responded to with more effort and care and read with greater openness to hear, reflect, and grow. It gives me zero satisfaction to not support the bill. I'm going to repeat that, Mr. Speaker. It gives me no satisfaction to not support the bill, but I'm committed to pursuing the best possible option for the people I serve. My constituents, including business owners, NGO operators, and community governments, deserve the certainty and transparency this year and in future years of consistent revenue sharing that reflects future increases in the carbon tax and transparent reporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm dead set against Bill 60. The cost of living in my riding, the heating, fuel and gas are over the last year, diesel and gasoline have gone up in N.W.T. Our heating fuel has gone up 25%. Our automotive diesel, 24%. Gasoline, an average 12%. Food prices. The price of food going up, we can't afford to buy food in my riding with the monies that we get from getting help. N.W.T. communities are the highest food price index in the Northwest Territories. Over 50% of families in N.W.T. are worried about having enough money for food. Almost half of the residents in N.W.T. are worried about they don't have enough money for food all the time or often. We have to hunt to eat. 67% of households in N.W.T. eat country food. Half of them, half the time, all families, they eat straight country food. Price of power continues to go up in the N.W.T. The cost of power in my riding, amongst the highest rates, for example, again, Sax Harbor, $2.02 a kilowatt. Housing, the insufficient housing, they're old, they're 40-year-old Weber units. Residents have to pay the price for poorly built housing units. Housing N.W.T. renovations, only in 23-24, only approximately 8% of the houses in my region. Housing in the N.W.T. renovate units not fast enough to keep up with the housing problems. 30% of the N.W.T. homes are overcrowded. Inflation across Canada is at an all-time high. In the N.W.T., inflation is higher than Canada's 7%. Household income. N.W.T. has the highest living costs and the difference in the N.W.T. 18% people in N.W.T. considered to have low incomes. N.W.T. is over $50,000 below average. Families have in the N.W.T. prices in all goods and services in our region is the highest. Over 10% of the families in my riding live in less than $30,000 a year. 344 people in N.W.T. live on income assistance. That's 17%. You know, Mr. Speaker, our employment, we have no employment opportunities in my riding. You know, the offshore moratoriums are still a go. Everything's on hold. In the outlying communities, there's only so many jobs that go around. Then those jobs are taken until retirement. Impact on the N.W.T. communities on Bill 60. An estimated total household carbon tax burden for the N.W.T. averages $899 for 2023-24. People in N.W.T. can barely live, put food on the table, find employment, and earn income to pay for the heat, the power, and the housing. How can we tax people who have nothing to give, Mr. Speaker? Small communities can't afford the carbon tax. Residents should be penalized for where we live. It's not providing, N.W.T. is not putting enough offsets into this carbon tax. The cost of living offset is a step in the right direction. Some people in the small community struggle. Our elders, single parents, our widows, our low-income residents, all struggle. Ottawa and the N.W.T. is out for the Beaufort Delta, isn't looking out for the Beaufort Delta. Ottawa is squeezing us financially with this tax, while it imposes a moratorium on our resource development, but doesn't return nothing back for that. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T., let's not do their dirty work. We're doing their government's dirty work here. I don't want to be painted with that brush when this carbon, if it goes through. We should be speaking up, and all of our members should be standing together and standing up against Ottawa. Let's take that federal backstop. Let them deal with it. It's really concerning to me, Mr. Speaker, that, you know, this side of the House, we've been hearing last 6 weeks of how we're all struggling across the north with COVID and everything that's been going on and the impacts that it's been having socially, mentally on our youth. the suicides, all that stuff that we deal with. And yet we're going to stand here and tax our own again. It's not a bad thing to let Ottawa take this carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. It's not bad. I know my minister. I trust her too. She's good at what she does. But at the end of the day, let's not take the burden on us, because that's what we're doing. We're lightening a load for Ottawa. We have to stand up for each other. As 11 regular members, as this side of the House, I wish when the vote comes, we all stand up together, be united, and that's going to show the Liberal government in Ottawa that we stand together and united to work for the betterment of the people and not take this tax on. If Ottawa insists on this tax, Mr. Speaker, it should impose a tax throughout the backstop. The N.W.T isn't taking a meaningful control. If anything, the North should be paid for cleaning southern air. Our carbon emission across our territory is 0.05%, Mr. Speaker. They should be giving us more. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill will impact all residents of the Northwest Territories, especially those in small communities in the high Arctic who already face the highest cost of living. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this bill. I encourage anyone who's concerned about this bill and these members that have been hearing about it all day today to stand up and be counted and stand up for the small communities in the Northwest Territories, and let's work together to let Ottawa, let them do their dirty work, and then we could start off on the right foot tomorrow morning. Mr. Speaker, this is so near and dear to my heart. You know it as well as I do. People are going without. Again, our elders I worry about, our widows, our single parents, everybody struggling across the North, but yet this government's going to impose this tax, impose it on the people that we're here to stand up for them and be counted. I want to thank all the members in this House in regards who's going to stand up with me in regards to opposing this bill. And I wish my colleagues across the floor, I wish that was a free vote. I wish it was a free vote so that they could be able to stand up for their people who put us here. Not our deputy ministers, not our premier, not anybody in the back and your employees. The people who voted you in, put you here to represent them. Representing them, this is not representing them. We're doing Ottawa's dirty work. We have to stop it. We got to kill Bill 60. I urge my Premier and our Cabinet to stand up with us and send a message to Ottawa, and we'll work together and we'll take the brunt of it from Ottawa. And I'll be standing right behind her. But Mr. Speaker, I oppose Bill 60. Thank all the members here that it's been a long 6 weeks, and it's been a long few days that we've been working, long days, and we get emotional about what's happening. There's a lot going on in our home communities. Just think about it. Yeah? Somebody's hungry tonight. Cut off income support, can't get nothing, when we could do so much. They have the authority to do so much, but they choose not to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Put motion is in order to the motion. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to talk about the reality for our people in small communities. And I represent majority of Cleacho people from 4 communities. Yesterday we talked about which colonial government to trust, the federal or territorial government. As an Indigenous person, we have trust issues because we know what the colonial government did to our people. Through the colonization, they tried to assimilate us. In the process, they ruined our life, and we are still feeling the impact of it. Not only that, pushing us aside while they exploit our land. Mr. Speaker, we are struggling with limited economic activity and high cost of living. The health status report of our people from 2018 report has not changed much. When you go to our community, you will see it and feel it. We have lack of essential services that require people to leave the community to access those services. People leave the community to access healthcare services, get supplies and materials from YELLOWKNIFE. This while all the cost of living continues to increase. Not only are those supplies more expensive, but the gasoline to get those supplies is also more expensive. Residents obtain these more expensive supplies, spend more money on gas to get them, and then they are being impacted by higher heating fuel costs when they get home as well. Now a carbon tax, another tax that our residents in small communities must pay while they struggle to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, I am not certain the government understands what this carbon tax means. Due to climate change and the mines, our traditional way of living is impacted. Due to the restriction in place on caribou and the mobile hunting zone, our residents must travel further than ever to be able to hunt. The ability to hunt for caribou is becoming more difficult. Now it is also becoming more expensive. I feel for all the Clicho people because of the restriction. They cannot hunt the caribou in their backyard, but travel hundreds of miles towards the mines to hunt caribou and spend more money to gas, wear and tear on the hunting equipment. More cost and more cost for them. This all while trying and looking to hunt in a sustainable way to access the land and harvest animal for their family and community. We are putting more roadblocks on our hunters through this tax. How will my resident benefit from the carbon tax? I look through the budgets and see nothing for my region that will make the changes we need. We need housing and healthcare. Mental health is a huge concern. Getting people on the land helps promote healthy lifestyle. This carbon tax will stop people from going on the land and limiting people from getting on the land as well. Our winter roads are becoming less reliable, our climate is changing, and we are being charged this tax as if it is our fault, the people who are causing these emissions. This is not fair, Mr. Speaker. This tax is coming, I understand that, whether it is N.W.T or federal government. However, I want to see benefits going to people, not to the mines, who make so much money already. I want to see community government get support and people get support as well. More on the land programming to offset the high costs that this tax is creating. This tax should support our community government and help them deliver a recreation program, which is something our youth are calling for. It should promote getting on the land, which is something all people are asking for. With this in mind, Mr. Speaker, I do not support the carbon tax proposed by this government. They can do a better job by working with the Indigenous government and people. That is consensus government. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ever since this bill was introduced, as Bill 60, I have been opposed to it, and I continue to be opposed to it. I think as elected members, we are elected by the people that we represent within the communities, ordinary people, people who will never be able to go through the door, okay? We speak for those people, for the middle class, for the poor, for the senior societies, for, for the senior population, for small business, for the Indigenous groups, and for everyone. And I just cannot vote for Bill 60. I think that we have an obligation to the people of the N.W.T. to do the right thing. And the right thing is to not support Bill 60. It's going to come back and haunt us if we do. And, I can't understand how, we elect cabinet, and I have a lot of faith in a lot of members across the room here. We elect them, and yet they don't vote for whatever they don't want to vote on. They all stay together, and there's no, there's not an open, you have to start. I know there's a lot of compassionate people on the other side, and it must be very difficult sometimes for people to not understand that we are in this at the 11th hour at this stage. It's not acceptable. And for that reason, I don't waver when I say I'm going to do something, and the people of the Northwest Territories and all these groups that submitted submissions with regards to Bill 60, those groups represent a lot of people. And nobody wants Bill 60 the way it is right now. So I'm sticking to my guns, and I do not support Bill 60. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Havers South.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, I oppose the carbon tax. Unfortunately, this vote is not about removing the carbon tax. The carbon tax is here. It's a federal initiative. It's being taken to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld its legitimacy. This vote is basically on who will collect and administer a tax that is being pushed on not just us, but all Canadians. And what are we gaining, I guess, by using the federal backstop? Nobody here can tell me, nobody on this side, and really nobody on that side. And even the federal government, when I talk to people in Ottawa, they don't have any idea, really. I think they think that we're going to continue to administer, and more than likely we are. We also, we talk about, throwing it back to the federal government and not doing their dirty work. And maybe that's the way to go. Especially when we see that, we have a federal minister coming in supposedly this week that doesn't have time to meet with regular MLAs. Yet, on the other side, I can meet with these people here anytime I want, and trying to work with them. So, really at the end of the day, from the beginning, I looked at what the scenarios are, and, like my colleague here from Thabacha, I made my choice at that point, and I'm not about to waver from it either. And because of the statement I made the other day or yesterday about how I would vote, I'll stick with that, and I'll vote in favor of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Havers South. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Nivington Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I listened to all my colleagues speak. As chair of Committee of the Whole, I wasn't able to speak. So now I get to speak. I get to say my opinion. I tried to keep my cards close during this time because I wanted to, make sure that debate went on, and I'm sitting in the chair. So now it's time for me to actually vote, and I have to say it. But I'm not going to really repeat everything everybody says, because, with my colleagues on this side of the House, whether they're for it or against it. I agree with you. But, you know, I have to listen to my constituents, as Member for Tabacha says, and the only constituents that I heard from are against taxes. And we as a government, we know that we're going to have a tax, whether I say yes or no. So at this point, you know, I think that the way that I look at things is that, sorry, my notes, my everything has been scattered all over. I've been doing this for like bouncing back and forth because, you know, with all the things that the minister has done with us, you know, I applaud that she's been trying hard to make sure that this bill could meet the needs of the North. I even look at what the seniors has brought to it, and I look at our Minister of Education and all the things that he's done in income support and even identifying the area that we need to support our seniors. Home heating subsidy, we've increased. We've done all these things for our seniors to try, you know, and I don't know if that was for Cabinet to try and implement this to make a little bit of more of a cushion. But what I do know is that the things that we asked for in our report, we didn't get. We got things that we talked about prior to, and then knowing that this government didn't even take the recommendations from the 18th Assembly and consider them, or did they? Maybe they did, but they didn't even try to do any of those before putting this bill forward. And I want to give it to my colleague who's not here, who is, I'm sure, wishing he could vote tonight, that he raised this. He raised this, and maybe in his way of his own red alert, he raised this in the fall. And, you know, us as members, we're drinking from a fire hose. And, you know, we had a lot of catch up to do after COVID, and I'm sure the ministers as well. And we had so much legislation and so many things that we're reviewing that trying to prioritize what are we reading? Where are we at? You know, why didn't we push harder to have this legislation taken off the table, fixed, and then brought back to us? Now we're in the 11th hour and we don't even have time for new legislation to come through. You know, I talked to my colleagues about who do I trust? Who do I trust? Do I trust the government of the Northwest Territories? Do I trust the federal government? Right now, you know, there's so many things that we've asked for and we've not gotten. We've asked for different types of things from this these ministers we haven't got. And so do I go with, as somebody had told me yesterday, they see that I still have hope. As a new member, of course I have hope. I'm here because I have hope that this government will listen to me. But time and time again, that hope has been stepped on. So, you know, after everything that I've got to contemplate, I have to stand with my majority of my colleagues, as you guys do together, and I will not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Motion is in order to the motion. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax fails to recognize that the Northwest Territories residents, the majority of whom are Indigenous, do not have access to alternative heating fuels, have no ability to lower their heating costs. Some of our communities are literally falling into the Arctic Ocean and others are being washed away by unprecedented flooding. All are facing the increased financial burden of adapting to and mitigating the risks of a warming climate. But none of our communities contribute meaningfully to Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, and none are responsible for the history of greenhouse gases released during Canada's industrial development when Northern Indigenous people were still living traditional lifestyles. Despite this, the residents living in remote communities like Sax Harbour or Palchuk pay over $8,000 a year to heat their homes before application of the carbon tax. Furthermore, there is no opportunity to switch to clean electricity for heat, since most Northwest Territories communities have no choice but to rely on diesel-generated electricity to supply their local community. The current approach opposes a system that puts remote communities, whose residents are primarily or entirely Indigenous, even further behind the rest of Canada at a time when geopolitics and reconciliation suggest we should be making every effort to support them. It ignores the history that led to the disadvantages they experience and ignores their current lived realities. Mr. Speaker, I've quoted some of that letter before. It was a letter that I wrote to the federal minister after the public hearing that committee convened. I thank committee for their hearing. It was in hearing them that it emboldened me to write that letter. It wasn't the first letter I wrote. I rewrote several letters. We spoke. I spoke, other ministers spoke, other jurisdictions spoke. I'm not reading the entire letter. I have shared the entire letter, not because I was asked. I shared all of those letters at my own decision to do so because I needed to try to show that we have raised the voice of the North. We have tried to show the realities of the North, and I've certainly not in favor of the carbon tax, of the federal carbon tax and the way that it applies to the North. But Mr. Speaker, just as my colleagues, and I appreciate that today's tone is certainly trying to demonstrate, we have worked together. I do hope the public realizes we have met. I have tried to with the timing the way it's been, to make some concessions, and I think it's made the carbon tax, or the Bill 60, much better. But at the end of the day, the idea of what is best for the Northwest Territories is also something that Cabinet and myself are also faced with a decision upon. That we too have to navigate the government waters and navigate our relationship with the federal government in the best interest of the Northwest Territories. So having wrote that letter, having signed that letter, and others like it, having raised the issue at the finance table, at the finance FBT table, under similar tones, pointing to the fact that federal ministers attended international conferences, acknowledged that other countries, developing nations, should in fact see some sort of benefit. Those developing countries are not the reason that the rest of the world is now facing a climate crisis. They were underdeveloped. And now we're telling them that rather than developing, they have to pay carbon taxes and carbon burdens. We as a westernized country, we're acknowledging that. And yet in our own country, we're not acknowledging that reality. We're not acknowledging that in our very own country, that in the North, we didn't benefit from industrialization. We are facing all of these challenges, and yet we have to pay. Said all those things, Mr. Speaker. I want my colleagues and I want the public to know that I've said them and my colleagues have said them, and we've raised the issue. It's not for lack of raising it. So when I keep saying that I want to hang on to the responsibility and the authority to collect and control revenues under the carbon tax, it's because despite saying all these things, despite raising all these issues, I am not getting responses. We are not getting responses. We are not seeing a flush of alternatives coming to the North. And so I want to do what I can to hang on to as much revenue as I can to be able to recycle it in a way that keeps it in the North and that keeps control of it in the North, whether it's me or another minister. I can't promise what's going to happen in the future. As far as consistency or certainty, Mr. Speaker, the moratorium wasn't supposed to be reviewed the way it was, or rather not. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the carbon tax was supposed to be collaborative. It was not. So I don't have a lot of faith in what that process from the federal government might look for. The best that I have extracted most recently is an understanding that federal government departments should in fact meet with the communities in the North. I will, for the remaining time that I have here, certainly make sure that I follow up on that offer that I've had from them, that we do everything we can to get those federal ministers to the North so they can in fact see the lack of alternatives we have, and if there is federal money, that it starts to come here so we can get off fossil fuels. We need to do that for climate change reasons. We need to do that for the cost reasons. We need to do it because it's the right thing to do, and I will certainly continue to pursue that. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to hand over control of this money to the federal government. I do think this is the best possible option. It is where I'm left. And I am sorry for the process that we've faced. As again, I've said, I am accountable for this process on this one. we shouldn't have come to the point where people are feeling compelled to vote against carbon tax by voting for Bill 60. It shouldn't have come to this. I hear where people's frustration is, and I know they want to represent their constituents. I do understand that. So all I'll say to conclude, Mr. Speaker, one last time, I'm going to give the pitch of what it is that we are saying is the benefits and the not. I'm going to start with the large emitters program, because this does seem to be fairly I don't know if misunderstood is the right word. I'm going to take that back, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of reporting that's done on the carbon tax. Let me start with that one. I realize there was a request for further and more reporting in the committee's report. There's already a fairly detailed report that goes out every year. It's on the website. It details all the different types of fuel, how much by volume, how much by cost, which different entities, residents, small businesses, government, large emitters, who pays what, who uses what volume. Part of my struggle is not understanding what more needs to be reported upon, but we've made a lot of changes to reporting in this government, and if there's more that somebody wants us to do that we can do within the boundaries here, I'm happy to do it. I can't promise that the reduction in use of fuel is because of the carbon tax, because there's a lot of other reasons that someone may not want to use fossil fuels. But if we can make some changes to this report, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to do that. Mr. Speaker, the large emitters in 21-22, they paid $19.7 million, 3 mines. Mr. Speaker, residents, small businesses, and governments collectively paid only $16.9 million. The large emitters are the ones paying the most, and they will continue to pay the most under the large emitters program. Keeping our program doesn't give them a discount. It actually keeps them paying, and it keeps them paying in line with being roughly 50% users as compared to everybody else, paying a little bit more. The OBPS system, the federal backstop system, will have some sort of nationalized standard, which may or may not just be our 3 mines, it may be other mines lumped in. And to the extent that they're over, they pay. But to the extent that they're under, they don't. So I don't think they'll be paying as much under the federal backstop. We'll see how that unfolds. But besides that, Mr. Speaker, I am worried for the future of our mineral resource industry. I'm worried for future smaller mines that won't qualify under the federal system. And those smaller mines, I want the North to be the critical minerals metal supplier of the future. But it's going to be making it very difficult if we aren't competitive in that space. Mr. Speaker, there's 2 big parts for residents that committee has had a very direct hand in improving. The cost of living offset. The cost of living offset right now is now a tiered system such that the average resident in every community, including the high-cost communities, will see that they will not be seeing an increased cost as a result of carbon taxes. And that is thanks to committee and to their feedback for having us find a better solution. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the community revenue sharing approach, again, put to us to find a solution. A solution was proposed and then in fact told, no, you've got to go make that even better, and we did. 10% of net revenues, again, based on the current usage that we have and being able to evaluate the current use of fuels, more than compensates the impacts of carbon tax. But Mr. Speaker, that's not necessarily the point, as I think that was made a point of yesterday. Mr. Speaker, it's frankly just the right thing to do to help support communities to get off fossil fuels. At the end of the day, that is the point. So, Mr. Speaker, one last one. In addition to again saying that the reporting can still be looked at, with respect to getting some of this into legislation and regulations, as already has been said, part of it is the scope of the bill as drafted, which was drafted after our public meeting in the fall. But, Mr. Speaker, I did, in hearing colleagues still yesterday, speak one more time with the department. It is possible to draft a bill that would be very narrow in scope, so certainly not addressing everyone's issues in their entirety, but at least to get the purpose of having the cost of living offset and having the community revenue sharing portion put into a form of legislation or regulation. There is a pathway by which we could do that with committee's collaboration. And certainly, if this were to pass tonight, I will go back to committee and ask if that is still in fact their wish. It'll be narrow, it won't answer everything, but it will at least enshrine that portion that they fought so hard for into legislation. Mr. Speaker, and then besides that, again, I'll be following up with the federal government. I know my colleagues do as well. It won't just be me. I do hope that our federal government colleagues attend here, that they can stand in the small communities and offer a pathway by which to find alternative energies and alternatives to fossil fuels. We don't want to be on fossil fuels. It's not helping the climate. It is expensive. It is not the way of the future, but we're going to need help to get there. And no matter what may happen tonight, Mr. Speaker, that really fundamentally is what we're going to have to do. For now, Mr. Speaker, I do hope, again, I know people have made their positions quite clear and quite firm. Nevertheless, I do hope that what we do going forward gives us control and a measure by which we can help support residents, businesses, and small communities in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Statute. The member for Range Lake. The member for N.W.T Lake. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Hay River North. The member for Hay River South. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Tunide-Wellide, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave.
All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 9 in favor, 8 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 60 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife South, that Bill 66, an act to amend the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, be read for the third time. And, Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Statute, the member for Range Lake, the member for Nuvik Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunide-Wellide, the member for Montfouille.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 66 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member from Yellowknife South, that Bill 67, an act to amend the Fire Prevention Act, be read for the third time. And, Mr. Speaker, I requested recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Statute, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakwood, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunide-Wellade, the member for Montfouille.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 67 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Nahende, that Bill 73, an Act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act No. 4, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakwood, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Statute, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Tunide-Wellade, the member for Montfouille, the member for Hay River South.
All those abstaining, please rise.
The member for Hay River North.
The results of the recorded vote, 13 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 abstention. The motion is carried. Bill 73 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that Bill 76, an Act to amend the Electoral Boundaries Commission Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The members requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakwood, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Tunide-Wellade, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Statute, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 17 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 76 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 89, Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures 2023-2024 be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to request a recorded vote.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded. Oh man. No, I'm just kidding. Member for Yellowknife North.
You need our permission.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I know we all want to go home, but I would like to just make some comments about the final budget as we are passing it and the commitments that the minister made in this House previously. Initially, I said my support was on this budget was contingent on two things. That was some more money for our community governments and some more money for our nonprofits. Unfortunately, I had to vote in favor of the carbon tax to get the money for the community governments, as I just did, but I'm happy to see that additional about approximately $1.8 million combined with the $600,000 in this budget really puts us, we did close the community funding gap by $5 million, including inflation, which was, I thought, what we were always supposed to do, but we had to do a little bit of political negotiating to get there, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the minister in her statement yesterday committed to $2 million for a homelessness fund. I believe that is very good money. She committed that will largely go to applications by Indigenous governments and non-for-profits. I'm very happy to see that. I also want to highlight the $1 million for the Sustainable Livelihoods Fund. We hear repeatedly in this House that our hunters and trappers need support for food sustainability and for cultural reasons. This is our final budget. This is our final budget negotiation, and I just want to thank the minister and thank all of my colleagues for the pressure we put on to get those concessions. I'm a little disappointed in the pace of government renewal. I believe I share that with the Minister of Finance. I do believe there is a way to do government budgets differently. I do believe that we really have to take a look at this way we kind of do these incremental budgets year over year. And the first assembly, the first thing they got to do, Mr. Speaker, is they got to make some tough decisions about what they're going to cut and where, so that they have money to fund their own priorities. This idea that we're operating with about $5 million a year to negotiate with really doesn't mean we're in control. What's in control is the incremental $2 billion that was decided assembly after assembly and year over year, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, I just want to reiterate something odd about our budgeting process is we don't really tend to attach large policy announcements to it. I do think that is something we should do. That is the standard in almost every other jurisdiction. You announce the money and then you announce a few policy changes, a few kind of ticket items to signal where you're going. I have repeatedly asked for 5 paid sick days. That is what we need to give our workers. We know that all of our public service workers have great benefits and those in the private sector do not, and they deserve 5 paid sick days. We heard that during COVID repeatedly. I do believe that should have been with the budget, and those types of announcements should be standard with every single N.W.T budget. But ultimately, I am in favor for this budget and for all of our programs and services to get replenished and for the good work they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. The Minister has requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Statute, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River North, the member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Decho, the member for Hay River South, the member for Thabacha, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Nunakput, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Montfouille, the member for Great Slave, the member for Nahende.
All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Tunde-Welede.
All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 89 has had third reading. Like that. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, March 30th, 2023, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1343-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions 78, 79, notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 80, Bill 81, Bill 82, Bill 83, Bill 84, Bill 85, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, Bill 23, Bill 29, Committee Report 49, Committee Report 51, Minister Statement 264, Table Document 681, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 68, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, March 30th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Order!